I'm going to go ahead and call the meeting to order. The time is now 7:22. City Clerk Abrahamson, could you please conduct roll call?
Vice Mayor Matulik.
Present.
Council members Beginzer.
Present.
Gordon.
Present.
Leterju. Matias.
Here.
Palmares.
Present.
Thank you for that. Next on the agenda is Pledge of Allegiance. If we could all please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Moving on to agenda item number 4, City Attorney Nebb, do we have a report out from closed session?
We do, Mr. Vice Mayor. Thank you very much. The City Council did meet in closed session this evening with regard to the following items. Item A, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation pursuant to California Government Code Section 54956.9D1. The cases are Bagos versus the City of Vallejo, Robinson versus the City of Vallejo, and VPOA et al. Versus the City of Vallejo. With regard to each of these cases, the council provided direction to legal counsel. There is no other action to report at this time. Item B was not heard by the council and was continued to a subsequent date. Item C, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2. One case, there was no action whatsoever with regard to that item, and there's nothing further to report. And item D, conference with real property negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8. The properties are the assessor's parcel numbers as listed on the agenda, as well as 50 Solano Avenue. The agency negotiator, Gillian Hain. The assistant city manager, negotiating parties, Mark Tomko on behalf of Vallejo Flood and Wastewater District. Under negotiation are price and terms of payment relating to those properties. The City Council provided direction to its negotiators, and Council Member Gordon was not present in that particular closed session item due to being assigned to Flood and Wastewater's representation, and there is no further action to report at this time.
Thank you for that, City Attorney Nebb. Moving on to the next item is presentation and accommodations. We have none, so I'd like to open up the first community forum. I will now ask Manny to start the 2-minute clock for anyone wishing to address the council on items not on the meeting agenda, both in person and virtually. At the conclusion of the 2 minutes, anyone wishing to address the council must have either signed into the electronic speakers kiosk located in the back of the council chambers or raise their hand virtually. Anyone signing into the kiosk to speak or raising their hand after the 2 minutes is up will be recognized at the last community's forum towards the end of the meeting. The community forum is an opportunity for interested members of the public to address the council on items not on the meeting agenda. Any interested members of the public desiring to communicate with the City Council as part of the first community forum, maximum 15 minutes, with each speaker limited to 3 minutes pursuant to Vallejo Municipal Code, Section 2.20.300. Members of the public who address the council as part of the first community forum will not be allowed to address the council again during the last community forum held prior to the adjournment of the meeting.
Vice Mayor, we currently have 6 speakers signed up in person.
Okay, let's go ahead and start that.
Okay. The first speaker is Natalia Clark.
Yeah, up at the podium, yes.
My name is Natalia Clark. I have business in downtown Vallejo for 23 years, named Dance Unlimited. So this is Dance and Event Center. This 2025, City of Vallejo gave me first place, the best event center in whole Vallejo, and I'm very happy. So I try to move my business forward. In the backyard, in the back of my building, I have ramp for handicapped people who come to the building. Plus, I don't have kitchen, so people want to rent my building and make barbecue, tacos in the backyard. I have small gate in backyard. In the front of my fence, I have 8 big trash cans who stay permanently few years just in the front of my gate. So cockroach, mouses, you understand, smell. Everybody who wanna make tacos or they don't wanna rent my building. So I lose business. I lose business badly because no kitchen. So please help me move this trash can out of my gate. These trash cans become like a for whole Vallejo. Everybody put trash there because they stay permanent. They not move out. Even if truck pick up trash, in a few years it's full because people just come and dump there. It's not movable. They just stay there. I connect with garbage company, I connect with code enforcement, nothing happened. I invite previous city council, all of them come to see my building. It was before you guys. They look and said, ay, ay, ay. Nothing happened. They continue stay, 8 trash can. Finish today event, go and look. 510 Georgia Street, Sonoma Boulevard, I'm in the corner. Coffee shop, and I'm next. Look the alley. Now, because English is not my language, so I print everything, my speech, and I give you by hand. Did you receive? And I have few pictures. It's few, just look, it's disgusting. So my day start from the beginning, I clean pee and poo in my front door from homeless people. This is my day start. In the back, I clean trash to this trash can, but they always over full. It's not only trash there. What they do in the green trash can is need to be recycled. But because they put trash there, recycle don't take them. So it stay. People help me somehow. Everybody who open buildings stay empty, whole downtown Vallejo.
Time.
Now everybody who open door is event center. I have 17 event center and walking distance around my building. I don't know, these people have permit or they don't have permit.
Thank you for speaking. I would ask that you connect with the city manager's office, and he will be able to hopefully direct you to the correct personnel to be able to help support your situation.
Yeah? Okay.
Okay, our next speaker is Richard Abbott.
Yes, hello. My name is Richard Abbott. Tonight I represent the Red Men's Hall. The Red Men's Hall is the historic building up on Georgia Street, several blocks. And so I'm happy to announce that we are opening a new music venue. And so beginning in February, each Saturday night, we are hosting what we call the Fourth Corner Speakeasy, which is the top floor of that building. That's a very historic building, and back in the 1930s, 40s, and 50s, the top big bands used to play there. Ella Fitzgerald, Dizzy Gillespie, all the Count Basie, they all played in that very building 2 blocks down. So we are
Excuse me, can we pause this time? Can we have the conversation go outside so we can please listen to the speaker? Thank you.
Yeah. So we are happy to announce that we are taking this to the next generation now, starting next month. And so we are working with the Jeffrey Traeger and Kevin Frazier organization, very happy. And so we will be hosting on Saturday nights top bands that regularly play Yoshi's and the other major clubs in the Bay Area. And so I wanted to let you know that, and also to invite you all to come there. And so if I may, at the conclusion, I'd like to pass out these notices, but at any rate, with the Fourth Corner Speakeasy, it's band, music, and it's in this, as I say, the historic top floor of the Redmond's building, and the Redmond building, so in the 30s, 40s, and 50s, Vallejo was a very jumping town, and it was a really jumping club in a jumping town, and that's what we are intending to bring back. So I just wanted to let the council know this and to invite you all personally to come and to spread the word. This is bringing top quality entertainment to the downtown of Vallejo. And so, if I may I pass these out?
Yes, go ahead and hand it to our city clerk, and she'll go ahead and hand it out to.
All right, great. All right. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, and good luck with that. Our next speaker is Vera Mitchell.
You have Glenn Mitchell right after Vera? Is it okay if Glenn goes first?
Correct. Okay.
Good afternoon.
You can go ahead and raise
Before
the
you,
podium.
Before
if
you
you'll-
start, so are you combining your time? Are you one speaker? Are you two speakers?
Speaker at a time. She's gonna stand next to
Okay. Okay, so only he's going to speak for this 3 minutes, and then, okay, thank you. So this
And if you-
speaker is
if
Glenn
You can
Mitchell.
raise the podium to get closer to the speaker, please. Thank you.
Yeah. Good afternoon. I'm Glenn Mitchell, and I'm here to introduce Hot Dingleberry Academy. It's a wellness academy that I have in Vallejo now, and it's at Mare Island. And I just want to bring awareness that this started a long time ago when I was 12 years old. And so, so anyway, so we have this wellness academy, and it's at Mare Island right now. And for the last year, I've been funding it out of my pocket, and so it get a little expensive. And so, I joined with a nonprofit, and so I just want to bring awareness that I'm come here for support. And so at first I didn't know where to go, and then I met David and we was talking. And so for about 10 years I've been trying to do this. And so we had a couple of well, David and I got together, and we had a couple of we call academy days, like on a Saturday, and we had 20 people come out, 30 people come out, and we just got a bunch of people together, and it worked out great. And also we have a 11-year-old that wants to become a welder, and so his mother just signed the waiver for him to start. Okay, you said 11 years old, what is he doing? Well, he has a goal. He thinks he knows what he wants to do, but I'm going to show him that it can happen for him.
And when did you start welding, or what was
well-
your desire, yours?
Well, my desire started at 12. and My dad wouldn't let me for a lot of reasons. We didn't have a welding machine. And so, so I just want to introduce Vera, and she's going to kind of pick up where I dropped off. So,
Hi.
Is it okay if the time lapse over? Can you yield this time?
So he can yield the rest of his time, then we'll start the clock at 3 minutes again for Vera. Yes.
yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So anyway, I'm Vera Mitchell. I am the president of GGDO, which is a nonprofit faith-based organization that is partnering with Hot Dingleberry Welding Academy to provide possibly a building space because he does want to expand. Currently, he's working outside of his yard at Mare Island, and what he failed to mention was that while he was funding this out of his own pocket, he was able to get some neighbors, his son he taught to weld, who's now holds a business license with him, and they're in business together now, and also a nephew who was enrolled at Solano Community College, but partnered with Hot Dingleberry Welding Academy and actually excelled. He got his certifications with the vocational school faster than he did with Solano Community College, and has now been on jobs, successfully been on jobs with True Welding, which is the business Glenn and his son holds together now. And so I'm happy to partner with them because I'm about community development. Our organization is community development, but also global missions. And so we saw, while feeding the homeless and just meeting some basic needs, resources, we saw that a lot of people desire to be reestablished into the work field, and so the workforce, and get jobs. And that was one of my specialties in the past, is I helped people find employment and acted as a recruiter and placed people in very lucrative positions, primarily in healthcare. However, when we introduced the Welding Academy, as he said, he did a pilot program. Several people showed up, 20 to 30 folks showed up, and they began welding. And again, all this came out of his personal finances, and those funds has really been depleted. So he's hoping to expand. He wants a building, and some sponsors to help get equipment and things like that. He's targeting the youth, the homeless, and anybody that wants to come. What I like about Hot Dingleberry Welding Academy is that while we're partnering together, we're about building the whole person, so they're not just getting a career, but they're also gaining life skills. Each class, each course, you don't just learn the techniques of welding or the safety portions of welding, you also learn life skills, something you could take with you, whether it's building your credit, how to cook home-cooked meals. I mean, just basically building the whole person. If you're struggling with an addiction, we have resources to help you eliminate, to overcome those addictions. So that's why we're here.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank
Oh,
you for
by
the.
the way, we do have some literature we'd like to.
Yes, if you please hand that to our city clerk, and she'll go ahead and get that distributed to us. And can we call our final speaker for this 15-minute session?
Okay, it's David Marsteller.
Good evening, and my apologies to the folks in the back. We're trying to get on this community forum. It's so important that, we're trying to bring something positive here. So City Council, City Management, good evening. Thank you for allowing me to be up here. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight and for listening to the Mitchell family, the founders of Dingleberry Welding Academy. I want to take the moment to zoom out because what they're proposing speaks to a larger opportunity for Vallejo. Trades change communities. They don't just create jobs, they create skills, confidence, income, and stability. A welding academy isn't just a program, it's a pathway into dignity, purpose, and long-term opportunity for individuals and families. Vallejo has always been a working city, a city of builders, makers, and problem solvers. And right now, we have a real opportunity to lean into that identity by focusing on pathways that help people gain particular skills, access to good paying work. Building skills build people, building people builds families, building families build cities. Trade education does this efficiently and quickly. You don't need 4 years or heavy debt. You need training, tools, and a clear connection to work. When someone learns a trade, their earning power increases, their stability increases, and their ability to contribute to a local economy grows. That's not theory, that's practical reality. When we invest in a workplace development and trades that multiplies. Families becomes more stable, local business gains skilled workers, economic activity increases, and the city grows stronger overall. I also want to speak to urgency. Opportunity has a window. Families looking for a way forward can't wait years. Entrepreneurs who are ready to invest in Vallejo need clear signals of support and momentum. When people like the Mitchells step up, ready to build here, the momentum deserves partnership and encouragement. This isn't business versus compassion. This is compassion. Helping people gain skills, earn a living, and provide for themselves is one of the most empowering things the city can do. My ask tonight is simple. Let's continue directing our energy, resources, and policy decisions toward building capacity through trade education, workforce pathways, and entrepreneurs who are ready to create value in Vallejo. With focus and urgency, we can create opportunity and prosperity faster than we think. Thank you for your time and for your commitment to the city.
Thank you, Mr. Marceller. With that being the final speaker, we're going to go ahead and close the first community forum. Moving on to the next agenda item, which is consent calendar and approval of the agenda. Do any members of the council wish to remove an item from the consent calendar? Councilmember Lettigiu?
I'd like to remove item 8G.
Okay, that's item AG. Councilmember Palmares?
Thank you. I'd like to pull 8J, as in Juliet.
Thank you for that. So we have 8G, and that'll be 8.1, and then 8J will be 8.2. Councilmember Matias?
And I want to pull H and I.
H and I in those respective orders will be 8.3 and 8.4. Any other items that the council would like to pull? Seeing none, do we have a motion to move forward?
We need to hear the community. Yeah, we have speakers for first. So we have 6 speakers, and I want to remind now those speakers that are being called, if you're speaking on one of the items that is pulled, it'll be discussed individually, so they'll speak at that time, not during this consent calendar time.
Okay, and I see Councilmember Gordon's.
I'd like to pull L.
So item,
8.5.
yes,
Yep.
8L is in Larry. So that'll be 8.6, I believe we're up to.
8.5.
8.5, I'm sorry. Thank you for that clarification. And go ahead and call the speakers.
Our first speaker is Sherry Ann Grimm.
Just a quick comment. Manny, there's a beeping or a humming sound back here. Is there? Oh, okay, never mind.
And as she approaches the podium, we do have a member or two online who would like to speak on consent as well.
Good evening. I'm speaking on item 8J, which I don't know what it became.
Sorry, that was pulled, so that will be you'll be called.
Oh, am I
up.
speaking now?
No, you'll come up at the time it's called for the.
Correct.
Okay,
It's
you
become an
just called
acronym.
me, so I'm confused.
Yeah, so I apologize, but so we don't know which item you wanted to speak on. So I said, if anything that was pulled, we will call you up separately for that, not for
Okay.
the consent item. So I
All right,
apologize.
thanks.
Next
So our
speaker.
next speaker is Crystal Frere.
Good evening. Okay.
Good evening.
Hello, everyone. My name is Crystal Frere. I'm the Academy Director of the Firefighter EMS Youth Academy in Vallejo. I have a few topics that I want to talk about, but what the Robin McBee Firefighter EMS Youth Academy is it's academy for the community, right? So we operate from 8th graders all the way to 12th graders, and behind me are our fellow cadets, lieutenants, project manager, and we also have interns. But with the Robin McBee Firefighter EMS Youth Academy, we have 3 core values, right? So academic achievement, self-discipline, and community service. These are our core values that we stick with every single day. So for academic academic achievement. We make sure that our cadets' GPAs are good, right? So we want anything above a 3.5, but we aim for 4.0s. Our cadets are subjected to tests every single week on CPR, AD, stop the bleed, and so much more. We do self-discipline, so our cadets meet every single Saturday at 9 a.m. on the dot. We actually do roll call at 9 in the morning. If they're late by a minute, they run an extra lap. Ask them. We make breakfast every single morning. Every single Saturday morning, we do an in-house breakfast, right? And we strongly believe that teaching our cadets not only regular skills like I forgot her name, but she was saying it perfectly. Like we teach them life-saving skills, but also basic human skills, right? How to cook an egg, how to cut strawberries. You would be fascinated how many cadets don't know how to cut strawberries. Oh my goodness, but it's okay. We also teach community service, right? So they do safety trailers. They go to schools and teach all the way from preschoolers all the way to fifth graders, right? And then Taylor will talk a little bit more about that. But like I said, we operate from March to November. It's a 9-month program every single Saturday. I haven't seen a Saturday to myself in 7 years, but that's okay. We operate from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m., right? So at 9 a.m. we muster up. All the cadets are ready. Then we make our chores so everyone knows how to clean a toilet because that's regular skills, right? We do upstairs, classroom, outside. They make breakfast. They go do their first activity session, their second activity session, and then their exercise session. So all our cadets could run a mile. All our cadets could do a few push-ups, hopefully more than a few. All our cadets could do a bunch of sit-ups, and they're just physically active and involved. They all know how to do CPR. They're all CPR certified. Me and Taylor are actually CPR certified to teach. I'm running out of time, so I'll try to speak fast. I've been in the academy for 7 years. Currently, I'm an EMT. I've been employed since I was 18 with medic ambulance in Solano County as an EMT, and I'm in paramedic school right now. I'm just finished my didactic at Sacramento State. I am currently doing my clinicals at Kaiser Oakland, and I'm doing my internship with Medic Solano to be a paramedic at 20 years old. And that's because of this academy. Woo!
We have 3 speakers, her, me, and Santiago.
Sorry, you only signed up for one, and we have to ask the council if we want to hear all 3. Do we?
We signed up all 3 names.
Oh,
Taylor,
are you
Queen,
you're
and
Taylor,
Santiago
Taylor, and then
Gutierrez.
I apologize. So
No worries.
I'll start 3 minutes for Taylor. Sorry.
Thank you so much.
You understand?
I'm going to be discussing the community impact we have. We do many different community projects. For a long time, we've been operating the fire safety and prevention trailer. We've taught over 5,000 students since 2019. We go to all the elementary schools, teach them stop, drop, and roll, how to stay safe in the kitchen, the living room, and the bedroom, and they get to interact with Sparky and be embraced in like just seeing these kids, seeing that somebody older than them, but not too much older, being able to help them and learn. We also have been, sorry, my brain's all over the place. So we have a lot in store, and we've been doing that. We also, during COVID, everything shut down. We still wanted to give back to our community. So we started Youth on Safety, Health, and Wellness, a media campaign in order to shed a good light on Vallejo. We wanted to shed a light on small businesses. For example, Naya's going to be talking to Lillids this next Saturday. They're doing our media arts. All of these cadets, even though our academy ends in November, during the off-season, they still are coming in to come do community service through our media arts program. So I just want to give them a round of applause a little for coming in. We want to be able to do more for our community. We are consistently striving to become more intertwined with the community. And so with this Measure P money, we asked for more than last year. Last year we only asked for around $75K. This year we asked for $100K. We're going to use that extra money to be able to teach low price to free CPR classes, stop the bleed classes. We also want to do a 4-day event at the Vallejo High School and Jesse Bethel High School, teach every single high school student stop the bleed, and also offer workshops in which they get to interact with different first responders. We also, sorry, there's so many things. Let me bring out my list.
Go ahead and take a deep breath.
Thank you so much.
Take your time.
Really, it's just we have community-oriented values. You guys have the Adopt a Block program. We've been doing that. We've been using the community trailer to try and clean up our community. All of us have, I've been in it since the 8th grade. I'm 20. I got to go to work right after this for medic. And so we all have been ingrained to this community, and this program just has such an impact that we don't even realize. We invited many of their families here tonight, and so they also can attest that there's a positive impact on these cadets, on them individually and just overall. So just wanted to speak my piece on that.
Just think about it. All these kids are here on a Saturday morning. There's a reason for that.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Santiago.
All right. So just to start things off, I want to say thank you guys for your time and letting us all come and speak. My name is Santiago Gutierrez. I'm a senior at Jesse Bethel. I've been with the program since 8th grade, so it's been quite a while. I'm a lieutenant with the program, which is kind of a way for some of us to enter a leadership role. I'm here to talk about kind of a more cadet testament. I'm going to speak on behalf of everybody here behind me. This program, it offers countless opportunities, kind of like how they said. We're all like-minded. We all want the best for each other, whether it's going into the fire service or just any first responder field in general. Again, this program, countless opportunities. We've gone camping. We've gone to countless community events like the Waterfront Festival and the 4th of July Parade. Some of us have got the chance to go on and become Vallejo Fire Explorers, and I personally can say that various Vallejo Fire members can attest to what this youth academy can do. It shows us the basics of, like they said, not just life skills, but skills that are specific to careers like firefighting and EMS, stuff like that. Well, there's still a lot of time left. But no, yeah, I mean, I'm kind of nervous, if you guys could tell. But there's just so many opportunities, such a great program, and I love talking about it, but I can't think of anything right now. But I mean, like, we go in at 9, we have roll call, we all split up and do chores, keep a firehouse atmosphere. Vallejo Fire is, we're very fortunate to have their training grounds available to us on Saturdays, so we're very thankful for that. We always try to leave it better than the way we found it. We make breakfast. The breakfast is really good. You guys, if you guys want to come down. The academy is named after Robin McBee, who was a firefighter who lost his life in the service giving to Vallejo. So Chief Byron Burhill, a retired battalion chief for the city of Richmond, he named the program after him, and we hold that very dear and true to our hearts. He couldn't be with us today. He's teaching at Solano, the community college. He's teaching Fire 101 and Fire 50, and most, if not all, of the cadets have gone through those classes as well. So that's just another avenue that we push. Again, one of our core values is academic achievement, so we all strive to do that. I might be rambling, but it's just, there's just so much stuff that this academy does for us. It creates friends. I can personally say that I feel like I'm at home when I'm with them. They're like a family to me. We've cried together, we sweat together, we show up every Saturday, and we hold each other accountable. So I think that's also a very important thing. But with that, I have 10 seconds left. So, company, attention! Company, repeat after me. Thank you, City Council. Thank you.
Thank you, City Council. Thank you.
Again, I really appreciate your guys' time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for that.
Okay, our next speaker is Daniel Glaze. Okay, we'll call you for HE. HA. And our next speaker is Daniel Boone. Are you HA? Okay. Okay, that's all the speakers. So go ahead and
Thank you
make
for
the
that. And I'm not, and turning to the city attorney, I didn't officially open up with the spiel for the 2-minute. Did we ever start the 2-minute clock?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I did start a 2-minute timer, and during that time, we did have members of the public sign up. And then we do have 2 members online as well.
Go ahead with the members online.
Maylene Garcia, please state which item you wanted to speak on.
I'm actually, hopefully you can hear me. I'm actually wanting to speak on the consent list as a whole. So, thank Thank you. Good evening, Vice Mayor and Council. This is Mylene Garcia, and I'm speaking tonight as a resident and as someone who serves on the city's Economic Development Commission. I'd like to speak about the consent list more broadly, the RFPs and contracts that are on the list, some of which have been pulled, not just one, but really a broader pattern that I'm seeing in how the city is awarding work. Individually, many of these contracts fall below procurement thresholds and may be technically compliant with city policy, but taken together, they reflect a growing trend of city funds being directed outside our region, and in some cases, outside our state, without a competitive bidding process. When contracts are awarded this way, absent local recruitment, local and regional firms are never given the opportunity to compete. That means that public dollars that could be circulating in our city, in our region, and in our state, supporting local jobs, businesses, and expertise are instead leaving the community altogether. Beyond the economic impact, this pattern raises transparency and trust issues, even when each contract follows the letter of the procurement policy. Repeatedly operating just under procurement limits undermines the spirit of competitive and fair public contracting. I'm not here to question the qualifications of any specific vendor or the intentions of staff. Whether intentional or not, repeatedly keeping contracts just under procurement thresholds functions to disadvantage local vendors. So I'm asking the council to continue to look at the cumulative effect of these decisions and consider stronger guardrails going forward, such as clearer bidding requirements, greater transparency, and more intentional effort to prioritize local and regional participation. How the city spends its money, public money, reflects its values. I hope we can ensure those practices continue to support fairness and accountability and investment in Vallejo. Thank you.
Thank you. And final online speaker, Sabathia Betanzos. Please state which item you wanted to speak on.
Hi, I would like to talk about D. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, hi. So good evening. My name's Sabia. I am here as a former participant and leader of the Firefighter Youth Academy, a program that has directed and lasting impact on my life and my career. So it's one that I strongly believe is worth continuing and increase investment. So I joined the Firefighter Youth Academy in 2018 and remained in the program until 2020, until I aged out. During that time, I rose to the rank of senior lieutenant. The academy taught me discipline, leadership, teamwork, and responsibility skills. Skills are essential not only to emergency services, but in any profession and civic life. More importantly, the program gave me direction. Through hands-on training, mentorship, and high expectation, I discovered a passion for science, public service, and land management, specifically with wildland fire. After aging out the academy, I went on to attend Cal Poly Humboldt. This past May, I graduated with a Bachelor of Science in Forestry, with an emphasis in wildland fire management and a minor in geospatial analysis. The leadership and guidance I received through the Firefighter Youth Academy played a major role in my academic success. I have earned over $25,000 in scholarship, which encouraged me to continue applying for additional opportunities. Because of the foundation, I was able to graduate college completely debt-free. The skills I developed in the academy, leadership, communication, adaptability, professionalism, also helped me secure highly competitive internships and 2 professional apprenticeships. Today, I serve a leadership position with the AmeriCorps and the California Conservation Corps through the Watershed Stewards Program, where I work to protect natural resources and serve communities throughout California. I want to emphasize this. I joined the Firefighter Youth Academy around like a year or 2 after it was a pilot program. The resources I had were limited, but yet the program produced meaningful outcomes, not just for me, but for many other youth. Now imagine what this program could accomplish with that increased funding. Increased funding means more youth serve, stronger mentorship, improved training, greater long-term benefits for our community. Programs like this build future firefighters, conservation professionals, and civic leaders while providing young people with structure, purpose, and opportunity. So I stand before you today as living proof that this program worked. I am currently calling from San Luis Obispo. I am not there in Vallejo anymore, but my goal is to come back. So By choosing to invest in the Firefighter Youth Academy, you're investing in prevention, workforce development, and the future strength of our city. So I'm here as proof that this program does work. So I might not be in the fire service, but it discovered my passion for fire that I help to use throughout California. Right now, I am with the Watershed Stewards Program as a National Service Volunteer and a California Conservation Corps member. So thank you for your time, and hopefully you consider this.
Thank you for that. Are those all the speakers?
That wraps up our speakers, Vice Mayor.
And thank you, and I think it was my mistake, the fact that I didn't officially note the public comment, so I just want to read it into for the record that any members of the public wishing to address the council on items on the consent calendar, comments must be restricted to items on the consent calendar only. Please either sign up to speak using the electronic kiosk in the back of the council chamber or raise your hand if you are participating virtually. And are there anyone present in the council chambers that would like to add to the any comments to the consent calendar that haven't been pulled yet? Seeing none, is there a motion on the table?
Through the Vice Mayor, one gentleman is raising his hand.
Go ahead and come on up.
My name is Michael Moon. I'm an operations supervisor for Medic Ambulance. Good evening, Mayor, council members, and city staff. My name is Michael Moon. I'm an operations supervisor for Medic Ambulance today on behalf of Jimmy Pearson, President and CEO of Medic Ambulance, to voice our full and unwavering support for the Robin McBee Firefighter EMS Youth Academy and the Measure P Committee's recommendation for continued funding. Medic Ambulance has proudly partnered with this extraordinary program for the past 10 years, and in that time, we have seen firsthand the profound impact it has on Vallejo's youth, their families, and ultimately our entire community. Every Saturday morning, our team is on the training grounds with these young cadets. We mentor them, support them, and watch them grow. What we see is not just skill building, it is transformation. Students enter this program uncertain, sometimes lacking direction. They leave with confidence, leadership, discipline, and a real sense of purpose. This is not a theoretical impact. It is measurable and it is life-changing. To date, Medic Ambulance has hired more than 15 graduates of the Robin McBee Academy. Young adults who came into the program curious about public safety and walked out ready for a career. Several of them are now working as certified EMTs, serving the same community they grew up in. That pipeline of opportunity is something we're deeply proud of. But the Academy's impact extends far beyond career readiness. As the Academy celebrates its 10th year in Vallejo, we want to make absolutely clear, Medic Ambulance is and will continue to be a committed partner. We believe this program represents the best of what Vallejo can offer its youth: opportunity, mentorship, and a pathway into careers that serve the public. Tonight, we respectfully urge the council to support Measure P. Committee's recommendation to this vital program can continue changing lives for another 10 years and beyond. On behalf of Jimmy Pearson and the entire Medic Ambulance family, thank you for your time, leadership, and your consideration.
Thank you for that. And now that we've officially asked for any public comment for the consent calendar, are there any other last-second additions in the chamber here or online? Seeing none, I'd go ahead and close the public comment for the consent calendar. Is there a motion? Oh, Councilmember Gordon.
Yes, I would like to speak on this before we make our wonderful vote. I had the honors to come and observe the students. Not only was I overwhelmed by the experience, the greeting, and the excellent breakfast that was not expecting. I did not go there for that, but it was delicious. So kudos to them. The way they break bread and they talk with one another, share what's going on in their lives. They see they have more in common. It's not about color. It's not about anything but relationship and how they can better protect each other. And when I tell you, I almost thought I was in the military again with my spouse because everything was on point. and they did have to do push-up. I got a chance to see what a real tornado fire looked like, and I'm telling you right now, I was terrified. If I can get to my car faster, I would have, but I didn't have to because they handled it themselves very well, and I was just impressed from the beginning to the end, not only to see our firefighters be engaged, but also the ambulance as well, the staff, making sure they got accurate, correct information, and that was important to them. They did everything accordingly. The second part was my son lives with Down syndrome, and he was so interested in doing this as well, and he was engaged the whole time. They made both of us feel welcome. But I also want to give Miss Grace credit because at the graduation, she was it was like her baby's graduating herself. And I just want to say, we need to say thank you to Miss Grace because, Miss Grace Barksdale, sorry about that, because they all have wonderful things to say about her. And that goes to say why it's important that the city is connected to our youth, because as you hear, they come back and they give back to the city. And we forget what we say to them as youth. They remember what we done when they were young people. They remember as adults. And for them to say they want to come back, that means we're doing the right thing. So not only because this is in my district, and I'm happy to say that, representing District 6, but we do need to see this. And one more important thing, I heard one person say that, I think it was when I was there and we were breaking bread, that they could be out doing things that their community told them they should be doing that may not be the best interest of them. But being here was one of the best decisions they have ever decided to do. So I want to say kudos to them. I know all of them are not here. Trust me, if they were all here, that whole back would be full because most of them are graduated, but they still come back. So I just want to say kudos to them. And the fact of who this was named after, it is, I don't know if you all seen the book, but it is named after someone who did pass. And instead of the family letting that name go unknown, they decided to do something with the name. And I'm very honored that they chose Vallejo to do that. And District 6 at that. So I want to say thank you. And I hope that we do support it.
Thank you for that, Councilmember Gordon. Is there a motion?
Yes, there is. I would like to move that we approve the agenda and the consent calendar, moving consent item 8G to 8.1, 8J to 8.2, 8H to 8.3, 8I to 8.4, and 8L to 8.5.
Okay. Go ahead and vote.
Motion carries unanimously with Mayor Soros absent.
Okay, moving on to item 8.1, which is previously 8G. And who pulled that one? Okay, Councilmember Ledger.
Thank you. So I did talk to the city manager about this, but I want to bring this to the dais. And 8G is approving $65,000 of unassigned general fund balance to fund a Vallejo Gospel on the Carquinez Strait concert in June 2026. The staff report asserts that the city would pay 100% of the production costs, waive all permit fees, and supply porta potties, generator, security, printing of marketing materials, and rent the Highway 80 sign at Solano County Fairgrounds. And the reason that I am pulling this is because I want to ensure our funding decisions remain fair, fiscally responsible, transparent, and consistent, while still supporting cultural and community events that meaningfully benefit Vallejo residents and our local economy. And my questions are to our city manager. And when I think about fiscal stewardship and budget discipline, I am wondering why we are bringing forth an item to fund 100% of a program versus having partial or matching funds. We have a host of programs that happen in this community that, yes, the city sponsors, but I'm not aware of a program that, of this magnitude, that we sponsor 100%. And I'd like to know why we believe that this should be done. And so I'm going to let you start and have the conversation, and I'm going to interact with you on my questions.
Thank you, Councilmember Lettigiou, for the questions. As you and I discussed, there are some organizations that have felt historically excluded from the city's main support program to provide funding to privately sponsored community events. One of the charges of the city council when I first arrived at the city of Vallejo was to reestablish the relationship between the city and the artistic community. And in doing so, I had a number of meetings with many representatives of that community who had felt like there were inequities and a lack of fairness in the system we were using at the time to allocate our privately sponsored community event funding. Based on a number of conversations that I had with stakeholders in the artistic community, we have brought in a consultant and are completing some work to revise that process for allocating those funds. They're going to be recommending that we adopt some best practices. It's true that currently in that program, to receive funding, we require that the organization that's going to host the event procure 50% of the funding. But in talking with stakeholders from the artistic community that have felt historically disadvantaged, they've felt like they haven't had access to the private funding sources that some of the other organizations have. So I think we are both, so this idea of a gospel festival or a performance is the continuation of a long-standing request for funding to support that. And we're, as you and I have discussed, we're building a go-forward process that I think will be more equitable and inclusive so that in the future, organizers like the folks who would like to organize this will feel comfortable, capable, and well-situated to succeed competing in our normal process, but have not felt so in pursuing funding for this. So I consider this a one-term, or rather a one-time way to address a long-standing issue, and expect that going forward, all organizations will feel comfortable working through our normal program.
Thank you for that explanation. And as I shared with you earlier today when we had this conversation, I'd rather determine how to resolve the systemic issue rather than having this as a one-time consideration, because what I would say, across the communities, where are the inequities, not just for this particular, the artist community, which I now understand, as we talked earlier today, this was a prior council consideration that has not been talked about, to my knowledge, with the current new council members. And I think it's very important when we think about what we're doing across the city, that it's equitable, that it's fair, because there are other communities and organizations who feel historically marginalized just as the art community does. And when we're doing these kinds of things, we have to consider who are those individuals, organizations that have those beliefs, and how do we resolve this systemically versus having a one-time solution for one community interest.
Yeah, thank you for the question. What I meant to express, and might not have been clear, was I think we're addressing the systemic issue by changing our policies and procedures around the allocation of those funds. So it's often the case that if you have an existing situation that or program that has some deficiencies, you want to fix it on a go-forward basis, but there might be some lingering historic issues that you also want to resolve. That's not uncommon, and the city very often needs to find creative solutions to historic issues that haven't been resolved. So I do believe that we are establishing an appropriate system going forward, so addressing the system issue that you're referring, while at the same time also addressing this kind of particular outstanding historic issue.
Thank you for that response. And again, while I fully understand what you're trying to resolve, that you have a consultant in place to help refresh how we're going to go forward, I'm not sure why we can't, I'm not sure how far out are those recommendations coming back to the city.
We received their preliminary recommendations, so we seek applications for that funding program each spring in anticipation that we'll have funding for the following fiscal year. There was a expression of a time sensitivity for this event such that the preferred timing of the event didn't match with the future grant funding cycle, which is why there's some time sensitivity. This is also a pivot and a modification of a funding request that the City Council, in a different way, had approved earlier this year, I believe, last calendar year. So it's not a wholly new request, and there is some time sensitivity, given that this is a refresh of a previously delayed or postponed event.
So I want to speak to that refresh. I think, I forget when we approved it, it was $30,000 for that particular program. It was in conjunction with the Solano County Fairgrounds, which is a very different relationship. And it is literally almost half of what this cost is, where we are taking on all liability, all responsibility for this program. And I don't believe that we have done that for any program. And that is quite, it's alarming from a city perspective, because we require everyone to have their insurance. You know, I've had vendors come and speak to me, even for recent events, about needing more funding and the insurance and so forth and on. And I think we really have to consider, you say that those recommendations are what, 2 weeks away, 4 weeks away? How many weeks away?
We have only received the preliminary recommendations, so we'll have a conversation with the consultants before they finalize it. The funding that had been approved previously, I believe, was for $52,000, not $30,000.
Okay.
So, but it's still a 20% increase. We've been standardizing the support that we provide to these privately sponsored community events, but in the past, and in the recent past, we've provided all sorts of different support, and the city was going to be paying for the event at the fairgrounds all of the marginal cost, the additional marginal cost of having that different form of entertainment. So I don't think, although the fair might have been contributing with some in-kind, like the facility space, the event organizers were not getting sponsorships or other things that we request of folks who go through our normal mainstream program. So in a similar regard, it was it was primarily a city-funded event.
Okay, so what metrics are we going to be using around giving this $65,000, taking on full responsibility to really determine the impact to tourism, business, to our different locations, vendor participation, local workforce utilization? So how are we going to measure the benefit of giving $65,000?
We'll measure it the same way that we measure the economic impact. There are other benefits, but that we measure the economic impact of our other privately organized community events, which is there's a software application called Placer AI, which we use to track the engagement of participants and where they come from and where they go to following the event, where they're traveling from. That gives us a sense of whether we're bringing new people into Vallejo, whether they're then patronizing businesses. So we'll use the same metrics. There has been a kind of separate but related to this event, there's been a expression by a number of community members in the entertainment area that they'd like to see more large-scale entertainment events in Vallejo to create a more
thriving local entertainment economy. So I think this will also provide a pilot for that. This is not, I wouldn't say a pilot in that we would replicate this exactly. I think this type of a program is well suited to our normal privately sponsored community event program, but there are organizations that want to do more large-scale events, large-scale music events, and so I think this will provide us with some indication about the possible impacts of those types of events.
So is this a ticketed event?
It's not a ticket, it's not planned as a ticketed event, no.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions from council on this particular item? Councilmember Matias?
Yeah, I'll be quick here. So I actually supported the request the first time it came up, and admittedly, I was very surprised to see it come back on the agenda without being given any notice as to what the game plan was. I have concern. I now have a concern moving this forward without getting into too many specifics, because of direction I know we've given the city manager on how to address and approach these types of events in general. So that's one. And then two, I also have a general concern which has not been yet addressed around our financial position. And we have not seen our mid-year budget yet. So I would be in favor of continuing this and sort of evaluating it within the broader picture of our position as a city, which I think is coming up in a few weeks. I wouldn't want to vote on an item, even though it's just $65K, without knowing how we're doing on the revenue side of the house. So I would want to see that, and also get some more information just around this event other than what's been shared in the staff report, because I don't find this sufficient.
Thank you for that, Councilmember Matias. Any other comments or questions from council? Seeing none at this time, I'm go ahead to officially open up the public hearing for this. And Manny, if you could please start the 2-minute timer. And while we wait for the 2-minute timer to speak specifically to item 8.1, which is previously 8G on the consent calendar, my understanding, we do have speakers already for this. We do not.
Through the Vice Mayor, the three speakers that we have on consent right now are for item
8J.
8J. We do have 2 online speakers that have their hand up for this item.
Okay, go ahead and call those speakers.
Dahlia Vidor, please confirm you wanted to speak on item 8G. Dahlia Vidor, please unmute yourself. And we'll come back to her. Carol Heap, please unmute yourself. Confirm you wanted to speak on item 8G.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. You have the floor.
I would, well, good evening, you all. I would just repeat Council Member Latiju's comments. She brought up things that I wasn't even aware of that just strengthened my resolve about concern about this. You know, here, I'm so tired of Vallejo putting the cart before the horse, saying, well, this is an exception. This is an exception. We're going to change this. And then down the road, a couple months or weeks, we got the same thing. I think, you know, it's time to a little tough love here. We need a policy before we start practicing exceptions. And if we are going to have exceptions to the rule, they need to be built into the policy. I also, you know, every time I talk to somebody, you know, the biggest complaint in Vallejo is the roads. The roads, they need repair. You know, and people talk about $65,000 as no big deal. I think there's a lot of nonprofits out there that would all roll over backwards for $65,000 to support a project they want to bring to Vallejo. So, you know, I have other concerns as well. But I definitely don't think that we should be voting on this tonight. I also think at best, it should be put over. But then again, it might have to be just denied until we establish a policy. We just can't make excuses every time we turn around. We got to start being decisive, being decision makers. And sometimes it's hard. And that's just your responsibility to this community. So, thank you for your time. And I do feel strongly about this. I'm not just taking up your time. So have a good night, and I'll be watching the rest of the council meeting. Goodbye.
Thank you for that. Do we have any other speakers, either online or in person, for 8.1?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Yes, we have another speaker here. Calvin Harrell, please unmute yourself and confirm you wanted to speak on item 8G.
That is correct. Thank you very much, and good evening, council. Look, I have as a member of the formerly Economic Development Commission, I have concerns that matters of this nature are not presented for discussion at a lower level prior to reaching the desk or the dais for the council to vote on. What is the true economic benefits that this grant, this funding will provide? I'm not convinced from the outside that it would have a significant positive economic benefit. It may be emotionally satisfying, aesthetically it may work, but when it comes to economics, we don't measure it based on arbitrary statements of we're going to do this because we need to do this, or we're trying to make up for something that happened in the past. The past is over. It's water under the bridge. We can't do anything. We're making up in this definition of we're making up for something in the past. What is the policy that exists currently as we move forward? Before we allocate any resources to anything of this nature, especially in a time like this where you're already desperate for money, before we allocate any resources to that, we need to know what the next step is. And to allocate this total funds for an event, although it's sponsored or it'll be free, I'm a little bit uncomfortable with that. Somebody's getting paid to put this on somewhere, and there's profits in that. And where's the clearly delineated information on who the subjects are, what the expectations of financial gain are for whomever is putting it on? Real short message, but why aren't things brought to the Economic Development Commission before they're brought to council? What is our purpose? Thank you.
Thank you for that, Mr. Harrell. Are there any other public speakers in person or virtually?
Thank you so much, Vice Mayor. Yes, one more speaker. Dalia Vitor, let's try again. Go ahead and unmute yourself. You have the floor. Seems as if she might be having some technical issues here. Yeah, it seems her system is not allowing her to unmute. If the 2 minutes expired, I close the opportunity to sign up for the consent, but it's through the chair's discretion.
And I'll leave that to the council. Are we willing? Okay, come on up, Mr. Boone. Yeah, and just for the record, the 2 minutes has elapsed, so we are closing the public speaking or public comment portion of item 8.1 at this time.
Any confusion, but anyway, very briefly, the city manager said that there is a program, I didn't catch the name of it, to measure the economic impact of all these various events. I'd really like to hear more about that because I'm not sure how, when you're drawing a crowd to an unticketed event, unless you're asking everyone to fill out a form with their information of where they came from and do they intend to go to a Vallejo restaurant after they attend the gospel, I just don't see how what the city manager described gives the city any useful information as he described it.
Thank you for that. Any final speakers for 8.1, previously 8G?
This previous speaker we were trying to get in was trying to log in. Doesn't seem that she's on at this time, but feel free to carry on.
So I will go ahead and move forward with this, and if she does come back on, if she wants to speak to 8.1, we'll allow her to speak. But with that being said, I've closed the public comment session and return it back to the council. Councilmember Gordon.
Thank you so much. I understand why my colleague brought this to daylight. However, I seen us support many cultural events that meets the needs of our community from all walks of life. And I would like to bring this back because I'd like to know more about it. However, I am very proud because our city councilman did hear us, our city manager did hear our concerns that we want to see more. We have supported wonderful events such as the butterfly adventures, other, festivals from different cultures, which we definitely need. We are in a position where the morale of our city has fallen during all of what we've seen on social media, from folks getting killed, hurt, taken away from their families. So the morale of our city is in need of something. And I'm not saying this may be it, but for me, I think it's important that we do have something like this, because it's almost heartbreaking to even pick up your phone and see what we see. And I think having a Vallejo gospel event can help the morale of our community. Maybe not everyone gets the benefit, but we're going to be doing other events that we're sponsoring. As the 100 men just point out, we are doing things to help meet all of the needs of all of our communities. So I do want to see this come back so I can see who's the one doing it. But I think that our city manager heard us. And so we definitely want to say thank you for that. Because if I don't have a good morale, I mean, we have people scared to go outside, people. We have people afraid to go to the farmer's market because of the fear of ICE. We cannot live on fear. We as Valleans need to be there for one another and say we got your back no matter who you are and what you look like. And right now, we need something to heal a little bit of us. And some people read, some people like to listen to go to concerts, and some people just need something to do a little bit more healing. And I think this is a great opportunity. So thank you for letting me share.
Any other comments from council members? Seeing none, the chair is open for a motion.
Okay, I move that we provide notice of intent to amend the fiscal year 2025-2026 general fund budget to approve $65,000 of unassigned general fund balance to fund the Vallejo Gospel on the Carquinez Straight Concert in June 2026, step 1 of 2.
He voted to, the motion was to move it forward. So please vote.
Motion fails with council members Letiju, Matias, Matulik, and Palmieri opposed. Council members Bergenzer and Gordon in support, and Mayor Source absent.
Thank you for that. Moving on to item 8.2. City Clerk, if you could please read that item.
And that is, what alphabet letter? G?
J.
J? Okay. Adoption of a resolution receiving and filing the SB 165 annual report for fiscal year 24-25 for the Northeastern Quadrant Improvement District 1, No. 20031, the Hidden Brook Improvement District No. 1998-1, and Mare Island Community Facilities Districts Nos. 2002-1, 2002-518, and 2005-1B.
Thank you for that, and it looks like we have a presentation, and while the presentation is going, I'm going to ask Manny to open up the 2-minute clock, and for those interested in speaking on item 8.2, which was previously 8J, please sign up at the kiosk in the back, or raise your hand if you're joining virtually.
Sorry, and the three speakers who had previously signed up do not need to sign up again. We have you on the list.
Go ahead, Seth.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Vice Mayor, City Council members, Nalungo Conley, Assistant City Manager, although in this role I'm acting Finance and Treasury Director. I'm here with the Assistant Director of Finance. I don't believe we have a presentation for this evening, but we are happy to answer any questions that you have on this item.
I do, but I'd like to open it to public comment now, or I think it'd be important to do that now.
Yes, and before we even get there, are there any ex partes that need to happen, or anybody need to recuse themselves for this, based on the items listed here? Go ahead, Councilmember Matias.
Just have a quick question on the Hidden Brook District. What's the sunsetting timeline on that one, if any? Just curious.
One moment.
While we prepare that, I just want to confirm with staff and legal that there are no recusals or anything based on these districts, or based on us as the districts that we live in, that this doesn't impact any council members that may need to recuse themselves from any of these items?
I'm not personally aware of whether any of you live in any of these districts, but that would be a question. Does anybody pay under the Northeast Quad, Hidden Brook, or Merrill Island Community Facilities districts that is on the council right now?
For
Seems like the
myself, I
answer's
would
no.
need clarification on Northeast Quadrant. Does that,
Staff?
I do not.
No, this is all of them. This is the reports on all of them.
yeah, because the Northeast Quadrant might be in my area that I'm not completely
That would be
clear of.
something that Nalungo or Florida would need to answer.
Yes,
I
and
don't
that's
know
what
where
I'm
the
asking the
boundaries are.
question of, is for us council members to verify that there are no,
Right.
that we do not fall in the areas that may require us to recuse ourselves from any of these.
So to be specific, the vice mayor is asking what the boundaries of the Northeast Quadrant Improvement District is for 2003-1, and whether that's his district, whether he
It's,
lives within that area.
It's on page 5 of the report for the Northeast Quadrant. Sets improvements to complete the portion of Columbus Parkway between Emerald Callahan Lane and Redwood Parkway. Ascot Parkway between Turner and Columbus, and then Turner Parkway. So I guess if you're in that sort of general area.
Yeah.
You would know if
No,
you
if
pay
we
that
live in that area,
CFD.
we would have to recuse if we're within a certain. Correct. So, no.
So Vice Mayor, we're going to have to get back to you on the date that it sunsets. Unfortunately, we only have the financial information about the impact, not when it sunsets.
Yeah, I've heard like 2 different dates, and so I just want to make sure we're all aligned. And then, if you don't mind, that a copy of this report be shared with the Hidden Brook HOA.
We'll verify the date, and then we'll share the information.
Let's go ahead and call the speakers that have signed up.
Okay, the first speaker is Sherry Ann Grimm.
Good evening. The Goodwin Consulting Group memorandum referenced in the staff report, first paragraph states that it describes a cost allocation methodology originally performed in coordination with the city in 2010. That discrepancy matters as it has had real financial consequences for the residents of Mare Island. There are many flaws in the 2010 formula that rely on 15-year-old data, but I'll focus on one. By using total square footage and people served, the 2010 formula inflates costs charged to residents who only own a total of 12.9% of the square footage on Mare Island, while developers and commercial owners own roughly the other 87%. The same imbalance applies to population assumptions. The result is that since 2010, residents have in effect subsidized costs that should properly be borne by developers and commercial property owners. This memo also shows that 5 years after homes were built and sold, the cost allocation formula was charged without notice to the affected parties, as required by law. This occurred after the 2008 bankruptcy, after the Mare Island Fire Station was closed, which should have reduced our costs, and after the settlement of the CFD Alco lawsuit. For years, the city has told us that nothing can change until a new specific plan is adopted, yet this memo proves that that isn't true. When it served the city's interests, they changed how costs were determined in 2010. Finally, I want to highlight the contradiction in priorities. In fiscal year 2024-25, Mare Island public safety costs total $3.42 million, $3,422,000, $2.6 million for fire, and $822,000 for police. Yet residents have spent 8 years trying to get the city to address the clogged and overgrown 6A channel to no avail. It's now a documented health and fire safety hazard. Given these inaccuracies and unresolved safety issues, I request that the Mare Island report should be omitted from any vote tonight until such time that Goodwin Consulting can explain to the public why the formula was changed in 2010 and why we are still using outdated information.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. Our next speaker is Daniel Glaze.
Good evening, Vice Mayor, City Council members. For the record, my name is Daniel Glaze. I'm a resident of Vallejo since 1969, resident and homeowner of Mare Island. Focus of my comments is on the language in the January 14th Goodwin Consulting Group report specified in this agenda item. In that language, in that report, it states the legislature declared that local agencies need to demonstrate to voters that, quote, special taxes are being spent on the facilities and services for which they were intended. There is very little institutional memory in this city, and I'd like to help with that a little bit. To understand what was intended, let's go back to 2002. It was just after 9/11. That was a big deal. And just after that, Shell and Bechtel pulled out of a building a $1.5 billion liquid natural gas plant on the south end of Mare Island, which was a big deal for Vallejo. The LNG plant was going to be the anchor store for Mare Island and was likely to cover many of the costs of running it, kind of like Vallejo is for Benicia. but it never happened. Several years ago, I tried to connect the dots on what actually did happen with CFDs, so I contacted Alvaro de Silva, the economic development manager at the time, and former Mayor Tony Tinley, who's a good friend of mine. What they told me was, Dan, the city's intent was that it just didn't want Mare Island to cost it anything. They just didn't want Mare Island to cost it anything. That was the intent. They said they came up with an estimated number between $4 to $5 million a year they thought it would take, at least until property taxes and other revenue began coming in. After homes were built and some additional businesses were started, everyone agreed that revenues pretty well covered expenses. The revenues pretty well covered expenses. And then the big recession hit and the city went bankrupt. And then city staff and the Goodwin Group got creative and developed formulas to charge home and business owners for fire and police services that greatly exceeded the actual costs. And that continued, and that is where we are now. Alvaro de Silva and Tony Tinley said that the city never intended for the extra cash to be coming from Mare Island. They said the CFDs were intended to just not cost the city anything. One other thing I'd like to mention is that the numbers in this report are different from the numbers I got from the city, so you may want to reconsider that, at least ask the question. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, and our last speaker is Daniel Boone.
Good evening, Vice Mayor and council members. I want to thank our District 4 representative, Council Member Palmeras, for asking for this item to be removed. Why? Why should it be removed? Well, number one, it contains incorrect information. It says it's based on 2016 data, but as Ms. Grimm just pointed out to you, and in one of the documents that I sent to you with an email on Monday morning, it's not 2016 data. It's not data at all. The Goodwin Memorandum dated in 2016 says that the population and building square footage figures are based not on data, but on estimates made in 2010. So, the report that you have before you and you are being asked to adopt tonight, put your names on as a city council, shows $2.6 million charged for fire, $833,000 charged for police, based on 16-year-old estimates, no real numbers. Page 183 of your packet, which I also sent you on Monday morning, says, I'm quoting, "The City Council has directed staff to return at a future meeting with an agenda item to comprehensively review the Mare Island CFDs." Well, as you probably all know from your 80 items and growing list of things that are in the hopper to be paid attention to, asking staff to return for a comprehensive review of Mare Island CFDs probably will never happen. I want to propose something much simpler and more easily done. In our meetings that we have had in the staff with in the past, they tell us that you, city council members, you are their bosses. So tell them a very simple thing. Call Ms. Goodwin. They have her on speed dial, and arrange for her to appear in person or remotely just to discuss two topics. Why are the CFDs still being calculated using 16-year-old estimates? Not to put blame on anybody, but just why? Why can't these numbers be real? We're paying the taxes for police and fire services on unreal, phony numbers. Number two, what steps can this council take to provide tax relief to residents? It's a simple question. She's an expert. So, if you are really the bosses of the staff, just ask them to have Ms. Goodwin show up and talk to you. Is that so hard? Thank you for listening.
Any further in-person or online speakers?
None at this time, Vice Mayor.
Seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and close the public comment session and turn it back to the council for any questions or comments. Councilmember Palmares.
Sure, thank you. And I'd like to start off with my own personal comments. So I hear you all. I want to be clear that I do want to push for freezing the CFT 2005 taxes. That's already part of the referral. I did make an effort to talk, and I had two conversations with Goodwin Consulting, not with Ms. Goodwin herself, but one of the folks that works on CFTs on Mare Island. And it's totally possible. I mean, we can make that freeze happen, and I believe it's a cost that we can absorb, and I don't think this is something that we need to put on the shoulders of the Mare Island residents. And while we're talking about this, when we're talking about development of Mare Island, there are so many other costs to an astronomical amount that we should just be having the conversation of how we're going to finance this right now, not later, but right now. And so let's do both things at the same time. Let's have serious conversations about how we're going to make this happen, but also provide relief to the Mare Island residents. And so, so a couple of quick questions to the city manager. I know I made a request about bringing back the CFD or potentially freezing the CFD 2005 taxes. Is there an estimated time when this could come before council?
So through the chair, so we are hoping to bring this back, I think, second quarter, along with another suite of Mare Island considerations for council discussion. So that would be March, April, around
great.
that timeline.
Great. And I guess until then, what I could possibly offer right now is let's continue this for another agenda in the future. Let's bring in Goodwin Consulting. I'd like to hear what they have to say about this. Why are we using this calculation? Why are we using an informal study? Why are we using data and demographics, persons and building square footage from 2010? That just seems not right. And I'm not an expert in taxes, but I know that's a long time ago. So, but not to point any fingers at anyone, but I'm just wondering if either of you have any kind of explanation. Maybe I'm missing something that I'm not reading right now.
So I will say that there was actually a typo in the staff report. It shouldn't have been 2016, it should have been 2010. The numbers are correct as we know them. And, for this item, this is just adopting the resolution and a staff report, which allows us to actually utilize the funds collected. However, I've been told that legally we can still continue to potentially spend or allocate those funds if you continue this item, or is that going to freeze the use of them? If council continues this item and doesn't adopt the resolution and accept this report, I was told that per the
You were told that by
SB
whom?
165, that we can still continue to use the funds, but it's not best practice.
I can't speak to that without doing the research, and I wasn't asked to do that, so I don't know the answer to your
Okay.
question.
So
It does have a fiscal impact,
I
potentially
understand.
freezing, yes. And so we're going to bring mid-year at the end of February. And so we can, it's, all these things are kind of compressing in terms of the timeline, but we can probably have some numbers related to what the actual impact would be, because it'd be considerable.
Okay, well, can we at least
I don't know if this is something I got to bring up now or at the end of the city council meeting, but I don't want this to go away. You know, I want to have a thorough understanding of like how we came to this. So if we need to have a separate agenda item on just how we got to these numbers, I'd like to hear that, whether or not we continue this or not. City manager.
So, I mean, the city council can continue this item to a date certain to make sure that it comes back at a specific time. You can have it come at the same meeting at which the mid-year is going to come. There are, there are financial impacts related to this and to your prior agenda requests. So if you'd like, and as Assistant City Manager Conley mentioned, the mid-year is going to come back to the City Council at the second meeting in February. So if you want to continue the Mare Island CFD's component of this, or the whole thing, you can continue it to a date certain to make sure that it comes back at that time.
Can I say something?
Please, by all means.
So these reports include all the other districts, not just Mare Island. So we have the Hidden Brook and the Northeast Quadrant. So our recommendation is, if we still need time to kind of analyze the Mare Island or further discussion, our recommendation is to accept the annual reports for the other districts, the Hidden Brook and the Northeast Quadrant, because those have outstanding debt that we need to pay as well. And we have reporting requirements in addition to SB 165 for those districts because they have a debt.
I'm fine with that. Yeah, that works with me.
Next is Councilmember Gordon.
Thank you for highlighting the other districts, is that I saw that in the report. I would like for, as my colleague point out, to have staff come with a presentation to what it looked like then when this was put up to 2010 is what I heard you say, to what it is today in 2026. The value of the homes then to what it is now, what all of that means to us for those new people on the dais. So I would like for a complete understanding to why we are where we at today and how did we come up with the numbers. And those who did these numbers, as the residents spoke about, I would like to hear from them as well, even if they come via Zoom. And if they can give us some hard data that lines up would be very helpful as well. Thank you.
So through the chair, we're not going to have that by the end of February. We can have the financial impact of what it would mean if you freeze them, but that kind of assessment, that kind of deep dive is going to take some time.
Thank you for
so
clarifying.
Gillian she's working on bringing some other Mare Island updates, so that's going to have to be pushed out, probably till March, April. I mean, you're asking for a historical look back on how the assessments first came into play. What was existing at that time in terms of the fire assessment, police assessment, and then the impacts of how it changed over time and what it is now. That's not something we can do in a couple of weeks. So.
And this item is also just reporting what is 24-25. So this annual report is just telling the public that this is what is collected, this is what is spent. Like all the expenditures here are being authorized by council when we adopt the budget, and all those services are kind of based on whatever is authorized based on the district formation. So the SB 165 is just an annual requirement to show what is collected, what is spent, and what is the fund balance. As to the allocation methodology, that is a policy discussion, and our recommendation is ever we will have to look into that allocation methodology. Still, it will not impact the SB 165 because the SB 165 is just reporting whatever is the actual information.
Thank you for that. Councilmember Matias.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So I want to support my colleague, Councilmember Palmares, with the following. I believe this is the third time in probably less than 2 months that we've asked and taken votes on having a special meeting around Mare Island. We didn't say come back in Q2. We said, and I can go back and check the tape, we want to have a conversation as soon as possible around Mare Island because the specific plan is coming in the spring, and we want to make sure you guys understand what the council's position is around some of these issues as you are moving some of these other scopes of work forward. So if I don't see it come up in an agenda soon, because we've taken multiple votes. I think even the mayor, I was like, wait, why are we talking about Mare Island again at the last meeting? And she said, because we're not really seeing movement around that. So if I don't see it on an agenda soon, I would gladly support you in calling for a special meeting, my friend, because I think at its core, and this is just my opinion, and I'll approve to support the filings of these reports. But the main question that community has been asking time and time again is for relief. So, I mean, I have several ideas of things we could do, but we haven't had the space so I could hear Councilmember Palmares, I could hear the rest of my colleagues to talk about those things, have you guys work on them, and then bring them back as you're moving other conversations forward. I don't think that requires work and weeks and weeks and weeks of preparation. It could just be a study session, folks. We look at all this stuff together, we phone up Ms. Goodwin, you hear from us, then you take that information and you move it forward. Because otherwise, we're talking about the same thing over and over again, and that is the definition of insanity. Been saying that for over a year. I'm just gonna leave it there. If I don't see that item come up, I would support you with a special meeting request because we've taken multiple votes. And that should not require a lot of staff effort.
Thank you for that. Seeing how we're still on the first round, just make sure the rest of our colleagues that haven't spoken yet have anything. Seeing none, did you want to speak on this one? No. Okay, seeing now the first round, next on the is Councilmember Palmares.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Thank you. Also, so I think, let me back up. So you're saying that the very thorough history of how we got here, that's the part that will take way too long for you to do that work?
No, what I was saying is you had questions about how we got here, how the methodology was created, what was included in the original assessment, right? Their assertions are that somehow those conditions have changed. So we need to know what that baseline is, right? And so they're questioning some of the assumptions made from the original, cost allocation of the CFD when it was set up.
Can we just punt that ball to Goodwin and they could just answer that for us?
Well, that's what we would do, but that takes time.
Oh, that still takes time for them?
Yeah. I mean, my understanding is that this CFD issue is part of the council referral, but I also understand that the mayor did ask for Mare Island specific information to come back to the council. So it would include this, but it would also include some of the other infrastructure conversations that you guys were having. That whole body of work, we're hoping to bring back in second quarter, which would essentially be like April, May, June. But if you just want the numbers, I mean, the numbers doesn't necessarily deal with the methodology of how you got there. We could just say, oh, it would be 4.3 million, right? And so we could talk about the impact of freezing that, what it would look like in terms of the budget. But if we wanted to have that longer discussion, that policy discussion, that's going to take a little bit more time. So I think what we were hoping for this evening is that you accept the report. Maybe you don't accept the part on Mare Island to allow us to pay outstanding bills that we have for those other assessments, and then we can potentially figure out a special meeting, special date to have this conversation sooner than later.
Yeah. That sounds good. I think what I'd like to do, just for the sake of expedience, I want to really just want to front load the opportunity to, for us to decide on the Safety 2005. So however soon we could do that, if we could endeavor to do it mid-February, that'd be great. But if not, then just as soon as possible. And part of that, I'm hoping, is we could just invite Goodwin to just comment. So whether or not they have a full report or anything like that, I think we should just at least have them be available to comment on the numbers. So they may flag or they may not be able to have a lot to say about how we got here, but let's just have the opportunity instead of just calling it like, hey, it's going to take too long. Let's just have the agenda item to discuss, not discuss, but to vote on whether we should freeze or not. And also part of that would be an opportunity for Goodwin Consulting to talk about they already have this institutional knowledge. They're not going to have no knowledge about this. They could speak on it a little bit. And I'm hoping they could speak on it a little bit just on like why are we using 2010 data? I'm pretty sure they could comment on that. And if not, I mean, I'm going to call them this week and we can figure out what's happening and preempt them about this conversation. So is that enough clarity?
I believe like for the consultants also, like the city, like with council direction, we can always request for consultants to do the scope. They can present whatever, like if we are requesting to update the data, they can do that. We just need council direction. If we want to update the methodology, they can do that. So consultants will do whatever is the scope of work. We just need council direction. And they can present.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were done. So, yeah, we're happy to. So, just so everybody understands, there are multiple referrals related to Mare Island. The one that I think is most directly related to this is a referral that Councilmember Paul Morris made at the second meeting in November 2025, which is, presents an overview, the history of the CFD special taxes with options for freezing some unfrozen parts. So that is a although that's been a topic that we've heard a lot of public comment on, the direction to schedule that specifically as opposed to other Mare Island related topics is relatively new, and we're happy to work with Vice Mayor Matulik and the mayor to get that scheduled as soon as possible. And I think we can do that soon if the framework is having Goodwin Consulting come in and present the history. There's the mayor's, as I understand it, recent referral from the last meeting, the first meeting in January, to agendize Mare Island infrastructure I think is a slightly different topic. That's to provide staff with direction on how to advance the conversation and discussions on that topic. So that's my understanding of the referrals. And so, yeah, we're happy to expedite the placement of the discussion of the CFDs and options for freezing them as soon as we can agree with the mayor and vice mayor. I mean, I think March is a reasonable time frame to have that happen.
March be a reasonable time frame for both the overview and the ability to vote on a freeze?
I think we can build the overview in a way that fits that time frame, right? So if it's having Goodwin come in and verbally provide most of the background, then I think that's doable, assuming she's available. For staff to write a new authoritative history of everything in which we're consulting with Goodwin on would probably take longer. So I think we can scope it in a way that would make it possible for a meeting in March.
Yeah, we're trying to balance providing information with expedience. So I think that sounds good.
Okay, so we can try and work on scheduling that in March.
Okay, do we need to formalize that in a vote right now?
I think it's a little outside of the specifics of the conversation here, but I'm happy to commit to working with the mayor and vice mayor to get that on a March agenda.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Councilmember Burgenser.
Yes, I just want to be clear. I think that the point of this agenda item is to talk about the annual report, which is this is the money that was collected, this is the money that sits in the account, and unless the annual report is approved, the money won't be spent. So the money is being collected, and it will just sit in an account until we have this approved. So I feel like we should go ahead and approve this, but I agree that we need to have the talks about Mare Island, and that's a whole separate topic, but that's not, there shouldn't be a placeholder for this item, because then the money will not be spent potentially until it comes back on the agenda, which could be sometime at the end of the summer, or who knows when. And so I would rather just see that that money continues to be spent for the landscaping and all the different contracts that need to happen in those areas, and not be held up because we're worried about the methodology of how the CFDs on Mare Island were calculated in 2010.
Any last second comments, questions from staff? If not, chair is open for a motion.
I move that we adopt a resolution receiving the filing of SB 165 annual report for the fiscal year 2024-2025 for the Northeast Quadrant Improvement District number 2003-1, the Hidden Brook Improvement District number 1998-1, and the Mare Island Community Facilities District numbers 2002-1, 2005-1A, and 2005-1B.
So we're all clear, this is just to approve the report so the funding can be spent in its current, okay? Thank you for that, so please vote.
I'm missing it. There we go. Motion carries unanimously with Councilmember Palmer as opposed and the mayor absent.
Sorry.
All right, moving forward to item 8.3, which is previously 8H. And if I could ask Manny to please start the 2-minute clock for the public comments section. And I will turn if the city clerk could please read the item.
Direct staff to select Jacob Green and Associates as the consultant to perform the City of Vallejo 2026 Council goal setting and team building.
And first, I'll turn it over to Councilmember Matias, who pulled this item.
Oh, we're going with H first.
Yes, H.
City Manager Murray. The originally shared timeline on this scope of work, per the staff report, was December 9th, 2025, sorry. Just want to get a better sense of the delays, because that was supposed to start based on the timeline that was put out by city staff in early December. We're approving this contract in late January, and based on the timeline that has been shared by Mr. Green and Associates, we would be receiving a strategic document that will help inform projects for the year ahead 10 weeks from today. So I just want to understand why there was a gap, just going off of the timeline that you or your team put together in the staff report.
Sure, and I'll ask Narcissa Wilson, our executive secretary to the city manager who ran the selection process for the timeline of that. Do you recall, Narcissa, can you walk through the timeline of when the RFP was issued, when responses were due, and all of that?
Good evening, Vice Mayor and Council. I apologize, I do not have the actual timeline for when the RFP went out. That is accurate in the staff report. I do know once we received responses from everyone, we did notify Council and we did ask for their review of it. That was also during the holiday season, and we did have a couple delays due to that, and we did push it out a few weeks because of the holiday season, and people just weren't around to respond. So I would say that was the delay. Once we got it, I'm not sure how the calendar for City Council was put together. So this is the soonest meeting that it could be put on once we received all responses.
Thank you. Personally, want to thank you for your work stewarding those proposals and getting them over to us. But I do want to just share my deep concerns. When we talked about goal setting in 2025, we had a discussion in either March or April, or February, if I'm not mistaken. So I was in office for about a month and a half. We gave direction. There were things that were supposed to happen. We didn't hear back on goal setting until late summer, early fall. And as you know, Mr. Murray, I expressed concerns about how that whole process was playing out in 2025. And so I'm just concerned because, again, we've made all these investments around public safety. We now have in front of us 10 weeks of work, which would put us on a March timeline. And most other municipalities either have goal setting in December or in January. We're going to be having it. I don't know when we're going to have it. And so if you can fill in the gaps. But I think the bigger point that I just want to underscore here is I just have deep concerns with the delays. Something as foundational as goal setting should be happening at the start of the year, and then we should all be firing on all cylinders to make sure we're maximizing the time that we have in a calendar year to make progress. And this is just one example that I'm not particularly thrilled about. I think they have a good experience, this group that we're going to be working with. But I just want to see that be tightened up internally, and that's my general comment around that.
Yeah, I appreciate the comment and apologize for the delay. My recollection actually is a little bit different from yours. My recollection of what the council determined early last year was that the council wanted to focus on public safety initially and intentionally deferred goal setting to a later time. That's not until this time. And then there was, as you know, we went through a process to identify a consultant. We redid that process to run a better process. But I don't think it was council's direction that we attempt to have goal setting at the beginning of last calendar year. I also think that the January, February, March timeframe is a normal time to do goal setting. So we focused on public safety last year. And I think we're in that window of normal goal setting. I'm hoping that this goal and strategies and goals document will be, I think it makes sense for it to probably be a multi-year document that we refresh on an annual basis. So given that, yes, I think sooner would have been better. And I think we've learned some lessons as a result of the process that we used initially and that people provided comments on. But I think that we're going to be in a good position to do multi-year planning, and I think doing it in March is an appropriate time. January or February would have been better, I agree. There were some delays over the holiday, as was mentioned, but yeah, I think we're going to be in a decent position.
Respectfully, my recollection is a little bit different than yours, so we're going to have to agree to disagree on that one.
Councilmember Lediju.
Thank you. I'd like to thank Ms. Wilson as well as our ACM Conley. And I agree with my colleague, Councilmember Matthias. This process has taken inordinately a long period of time. And while, yes, we were focusing on safety because it was an extremely important event in our city to get out of a state of emergency and find solutions, this direction was given. And I think where we failed is our failure to acknowledge that we just didn't get it done in a really time-sensitive matter, and that there were explicit directions, and we can say we'd like to do it, have a 2-year plan, and refresh it. But I think we need to acknowledge where we have not actually hit the mark on doing the work. And again, I thank the staff who have supported you in this work, but I also have concern about how long it's taken us and where we are today in getting started and getting to the next level of what are we going to do? We walked in the door with a safety crisis, an emergency, and it would not have been a wise choice for the council to move forward without really working to solve some of the safety issues. And it has made our city better, It has helped us to be more safer, but at the same time, we still need to do these things to move us forward.
Councilmember Gordon?
So I just want to say thank you to staff and to RCM. For me, I remember this was presented to us in a survey. You know, I'm not as young as I'd like to be, but I do recall this being presented during June and July, and the selection they had us, me doing my research, including calling them personally, I did not agree to it. And I challenged the CM to go back and visit because something was missing, and we all know what that was because I've been screaming it since January, and that was team building. I seen goals setting, but we didn't see team building. And when I looked up those individuals that were being suggested, I checked their work. I also didn't see that they worked with civic elected officials. I seen they did great in-house work, but I didn't see the relationship versus, so I challenged the CM, and he heard the cry, he heard the need, and he implemented the team building. So staff went back to work, and they found us 5 more other selections, narrowed it down, and I did the same thing and made sure I saw team building. Every place I've worked always had team building first, then goal setting. So we did challenge the city to not only at the time to take on safety, and I'm glad we did, but we also challenged the city to do budgeting because we had meetings on Saturdays, Thursdays, and we wanted both of those to be dealt with. So we didn't, and if you can recall to my colleagues, I agree 100%. We could have done that right away, but we wanted to make sure that safety was important in order for us to move forward. And once again, I'm glad we got the sheriff out, needs focused, and now we have security, highway patrol, and the residents is grateful for it from what I understand. So if we could remember that, it was brought to us in 1st June, July, and August, and then it came to us again, I want to say November. You can help me see November, right? And then after hearing all of our needs and complying them, and I thank you so much, Ms. Wilson, for making yourself available no matter when to help answer those questions, and likewise CM, because I called every last one of them, and I dived deep. I read all 350 of their proposals, and the one that they picked, I have to agree, I think it's going to be great. So I just wanted to give a friendly reminder how I recall it. So, but I want to daylight that. We hope that whatever else that we're asking in the hopper, if they could please help us be on point to understand so there's no more delays. Thank you.
Any other last-second questions or comments from staff or from council? Staff, did you actually have any presentation on this particular item? None? Seeing none, I think we have 2 council members. We need to wait to get back to the dais to actually have them have a motion read. So to be able to vote. I mean, I guess we could, if someone is open for a motion, we'd have to update our council members that aren't currently present to make sure they're aware of what that motion is. Okay. Let's, All right, seeing how our we are full of all the council members, chair is open for a motion.
I move that we have directed staff to select Jacob Green and Associates as the consultant to perform the City of Vallejo 2026 Council goal setting and team building.
Please vote.
Motion carries with Councilmember Matthias opposed and the mayor absent.
Thank you for that. The chair has received a request for a 10-minute break. Are my fellow council members open to that? With that being said, we'll go ahead and take a 10-minute recess. Just like to call a 1-minute warning before we get back in session. 1-minute warning. Seeing how my fellow council members are all returned, let's go ahead and get back into session. Moving on to item 8.4, which is previously 8I, and ask Manny to start the 2-minute clock for those that want to have a public comment on item 8.4, previously 8I. Specifically, please sign up at the kiosk in the back or raise your hand if you're joining virtually. And turn the floor over to Councilmember Matias, who pulled this item.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So, Chief, I'm not sure if you would know that, maybe you know the answer to this one, maybe City Attorney Neb. Does Mr. Murphy have experience with internal police, with police auditors, independent police auditors? Sorry.
I don't believe he does, so his expertise really centers around police reforms. So his previous positions was equivalent to a civilian deputy chief role, and his role oversaw police reforms within those agencies that he worked for. So it's really more at the policy level.
It's more at the policy level?
Correct.
Okay. All right. I'm only asking because we need to make sure we get a contract in place with a police auditor to continue to get the POAC off the ground. And so I want to make sure we're moving that with some speed, and I wasn't sure if this gentleman could help with that endeavor.
Yeah, there's a lot of overlap, so I think his involvement really will complement, our efforts as we expand some of the POAC staffing and capabilities. One of the things that we also recognize is that we have to have unique staff with unique skill sets. Officers are great, but they're really not kind of designed or really made for this type of work. So we had to really kind of look outside our current level of skill. And so this is somewhat of a temporary stopgap. He is vital, but expensive. So our plan is to create a civilian position like he once had that would be much more affordable, and bring on that position to help accelerate our reform efforts, but also benefit from Mr. Murphy's guidance. At some point, hopefully, once our program manager gets fully onboarded and up to speed, we can utilize Mr. Murphy's services much less, saving the city overall money, but also, being very mindful that reforms need to occur quickly, because it is an expensive process. Not only is it expensive, but we want the benefits of these reforms with the positive outcomes to the community.
All right, sounds good. That's all I got, Vice Mayor.
Thank you for that. Any other, Councilmember Ledger?
Thank you, Chief Ta. So I think one of my fundamental questions, and it has always been, as I've sat on this dais when we bring in consultants, how do we ensure that there is a transfer of knowledge when we are paying consultants lots of dollars and we need to reduce those contracts? You're saying, oh, we hope to get done, and we also know the reality of work and things that happen. And I fully understand that. And what I want to daylight more importantly is, in the contract, as you're making amendment, where can we amend the contract that we are having some staff members really gaining experience and knowledge from this individual so we can reduce the contract? I have done this over and over again in my career, where I've reduced a $2 million annual contract down to $30,000 because of making sure staff are trained and working closely with that individual that I'm paying all of these many public dollars to. And I understand needing someone, but again, we need to make sacrifices and do the transfer of knowledge so we can reduce the contract.
Yeah, great question. So just kind of in layman's terms, because I agree with you, I think at some point I won't be here. So many of the staff in the compliance division won't be here. So process is very important. So once you develop a process and you codify that process, now it can replicate. What we're doing at the compliance level is for every single police reform that we are creating, updating, there's a series of workflow that can be replicated. And so Mr. Murphy helps us develop some of those processes so that way we can codify it to apply it towards other reforms moving forward in a very uniform fashion. The second thing that he's really helping us do is generate a system of overall awareness. So from the project management level, we can accelerate where we are experiencing some holdups. And then so that's really important because a lot of things are happening all at the same time. So you really need leadership awareness of where to really provide some additional help or maybe kind of get something unstuck. You may not know it's stuck if you don't have that awareness. So he's building out a process for us to put that into a data system that's easily understandable and from leadership to say, okay, we are falling short in this area. What is the problem? How do we accelerate that? So he's building out processes not only to help complete reforms, the auditing process of those reforms, the training regimen, the corrective action, the evidence that we have to show for maintaining compliance, all that's going to be in a system that is now going to live in that process and get transferred to future folks that are doing that work.
Thank you for that response. And my last comment that I want to make is just from a process perspective, quote unquote, an audit perspective, is ensuring that staff understand that it's just not a process, it's not a checkbox, that there's evaluation, you really understand what is happening, because that's really important. We can mimic a lot of things, but again, the understanding of the why behind it is really important when you speak from a leadership perspective and when you're developing staff. Because when you're doing just checklists and people really don't understand the system, it's not valuable. So I just want to caution us on, again, making sure people understand the why. Why are we doing this? What are we looking for? We have analytical backing behind it because we have the analytical knowledge to understand it. So I just would like for us to, as we are building these systems, ensuring that that analytical skill is there and it's being developed.
I can kind of answer what you're asking and what you're telling us. We completely agree that the knowledge needs to be, and the work needs to be done within our building. And so Mr. Murphy's primary responsibility and what he has done and is doing is to create strategy, plans, and communication bridges between different areas of city leadership, and also with the DOJ and their evaluators. And so he's been invaluable on that because he brings so much experience working at scale in New Orleans and Baltimore, Minneapolis and Louisville. But the actual work, the actual day-to-day work is being done in our building with CAAD, our analyst division, which is support analysis and reporting. And then we're also, one of his ideas was to bring on more people because clearly the scope of this reform, which is immense for an agency our size, is to bring on more people from within the department so they are vested in the work, right? And so they understand what it is that we need to accomplish, how the policy is going to affect their day-to-day operations, what the training is going to look like and how to implement that training, as well as how to audit the things that we're putting into place. And so he's just providing kind of just a framework at the end of the day, which has been invaluable, really, because when you're building the plane and flying it, it can be very difficult. So I hope that answers to some of your concerns.
It answers my questions, and I'm just making comments, and I know how difficult this work is. I've done it, and I fully get it. So I appreciate the work. I just want to daylight. And it's important to daylight it for the public as we are doing the reform, as we are working to increase our visibility and our reputation. So thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Councilmember Palmares.
Good evening, Chief, Captain. Could you please describe what the work was like in implementing reform before the consultant? Like, what was the work experience like?
Well, it's a 40-something page settlement agreement. It has 9 large areas of reform with 69 subtopics, if you will, which leads to 350 to 400 compliance measures. And for all those compliance measures, the division has to, each person working in that work group has to find the documentation or provide documentation in order to submit that area for substantial compliance. So it's a lot. And when you don't have any background in reform, which we did not, then you need some guidance. And there are very few people that we could turn to be able to do that. And Mr. Murphy happened to be one of those people. So he's really, he definitely speaks the language of reform. He's able to translate in a way what the settlement agreement says, what the DOJ is asking us to do in these multitude of work group meetings. So in that way, the two of my guys are here and they can speak to it if you'd like. But while they're doing the work, Danny is able to really kind of point the direction and go, where are you on this? How can we remove roadblocks? Where are you stuck? This is my experience. This is what we did here in whatever agency he was at. And so in that way, it's really been invaluable.
Great.
So I'm going to just comment real quick, council member, but we have two folks actually from the compliance division that actually do the work, a lieutenant and a sergeant here. But what I will say is that collaborative reform was different than what we're experiencing here. To Councilwoman Lediju's point, the why is important. Part of the focus from Cal DOJ is they want these solutions to come from us. So they're really not providing a template checkbox answer. They want us to figure out what it is that we're trying to accomplish and really come up with the solution ourselves internally. So where Danny Murphy has been very valuable is he's kind of seen it work in other cities, and so he starts pointing us in the right direction. We almost call him a translator because he speaks the language of reform much better. He's been in that space a long time. And so he translates to what it is they might be looking for, and it really gets us kind of moving in the right direction, and then we can build from that. The conversations then, get much more robust with the Vallejo evaluation team.
If I may, I'll.
Add anything?
Oh.
You guys want to add anything?
Okay. If I may, Chief Tall, just add a perspective. So I see the work from a slightly different vantage point because I'm not in the department working on these things day in and day out. And the way that I view his role is the implementation of all these reforms, of which there are over 100, is a program like other programs. And we didn't have the in-house capacity, kind of program management methodology, the standard methodology and capacity. That's because that's not what all of us have come up, and that's not our professional training. So that's what Danny Murphy is helping us implement, is a traditional program and project management system to figure out what the dependencies are, the contingencies, who's responsible, just implement traditional program management methodologies to tackle this program, which is all of the reforms. And as Chief Taw said, we recognized that we wanted to accelerate the reforms and needed some help with that. To Councilmember Lediju's point, the plan is to in-house this work. And so as part of the mid-year, we'll be coming forward with a proposal to add a civilian project manager position to the police department, which other police departments that are going through this reform work have, to lead this effort. Danny Murphy's been excellent and a real shot in the arm for the short term, but is expensive and not as available as we'd like him to be. So we're going to be working on these reform efforts for many years. Better long-term strategy is to bring in somebody in-house that has that capacity to lead this effort.
Thank you for that context, City Manager. And I'm going to ask a leading question, but my understanding is that prior to his help, there was a series of miscommunications between your department and Cal DOJ, or at least it felt like maybe you were spinning your wheels and you just needed that extra support, and and that kind of dragging was affecting the organization. Is that somewhat correct? 100% correct? How would you say?
Well, definitely there can be improvements on both sides. You know, we recognize that most of the officers, because we work very closely in collaborative reform, we were a little bit more up to speed. The stipulated agreement is much more robust, really requiring more active engagement from city manager's office, city attorney's office, human resource, a lot of meet and confers, much broader of a scope, kind of one end of the book to the other end, whereas the original 45 was really more kind of refined. This is kind of a complete overhaul. So we did learn, you know, that we did need to kind of work internally a little bit better to get the cadence to where we needed to be to accelerate that progress. So definitely, you know, he did bring to light some of the things we could do internally, and we did those recommendations, improving the amount of meetings that we had, really having him organize those meetings to be much more time effective and more productive. So it has been good, but it has been a learning curve for us the first year. And so we're hopeful that once we get him a little bit more solidified so that we can extend our use of Mr. Murphy until at which time we can, as the city manager talked about, bring on somebody in-house. The hope is that civilian person will stay there for the duration of this assignment. You know, we have rotations in the sworn side. People retire, they take a promotion, and they go to another assignment. They get injured, they go to another agency. So there's a lot of turnover that sometimes on the sworn side that we experience, and that type of inconsistency is not good for the overall program effectiveness. Bringing somebody in with the longevity to stay the duration of this partnership is vital.
Yeah, absolutely. So I was a initial advocate for this, and I will continue to support this. And I'm very inspired to see that we're taking reform seriously. Thank you.
Councilmember Gordon? Oh, I'm sorry, it was Councilmember Burgenser next, sorry.
That's okay. I want to take this opportunity to apologize to the council and to the police department, because the police department did brief the police oversight subcommittee, which is myself, the mayor, and Councilmember Gordon, on this topic and specifically on this request and the importance of the Danny Murphy consulting contract, and we just neglected to bring it back to you for that information. So we're trying to find a mechanism to be able to give updates on that subcommittee, because it's not really built into our agenda to be able to do that. And I do know that the mayor and I have requested that we do a rotation. I don't know if it's made it to the city manager yet, but a rotation of the continuation of the emergency as well as the police oversight, kind of go back and forth, so we get regular updates on the reform efforts. So we're working on that, but it's yet to come. So I apologize.
Councilmember Ledesju?
Just real quick, to Councilmember Burgenser's comment and Palmares as well. I know how important the contract is. My questions are not in the vein of questioning whether the contract is important. My comments are just as stated. It's about resiliency within the department and transfer of knowledge and being able to bring down the dollar value of the contract and getting into a position where the Danny Murphy contract, that contractor is there for you and really is a coach, is a mentor, and that's where I come from. I understand the value of this contract, so I do want you to know that.
Yeah, and so I'll just say, yeah, 100%. We are on the same page, and he brings a great deal of value to the process.
Yes, through the chair, I was going to, but you just re-echoed what I was about to say. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And Manny, do we have any speakers in person or virtually for this item?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Currently do not have any speakers for this item.
Okay, with that, I'm going to go ahead and close the public session or public comment session and go ahead and the chair is open for a motion.
I move that we adopt a resolution approving the First Amendment to the Consultant Services Agreement with Danny Murphy Consulting, LLC.
Please vote.
Motion carries unanimously with Mayor Source absent.
Thank you for that. Now moving on to item 8.5, which was previously 8L. If we could have the city clerk please read that item.
Adopt a resolution confirming and consenting to council appointments to various commissions, boards, and committees for 2026.
Thank you for that, and I ask Manny to go ahead and start the 2-minute clock for any public comments. For anyone that'd like to speak in person or virtually on that, please sign up at the kiosk or raise your hand virtually. And the fact that Councilmember Gordon had pulled this item, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you so much. I do want to revisit this because although I am happy for the commissions that I get to sit on, I do want to venture to more of what the city is contribute to, and I would like to be considered for other boards as well, because a lot of the boards that that I would like to be considered, I thought we'd be able to do that every year. We get to switch off and then have an opportunity to sit on other boards, because it is an opportunity for us to grow. Although some of you may want to also change as well, I really want to revisit this and see if my colleagues will reconsider, because my interest is definitely in transportation, and I definitely would like to have the opportunity to sit on that particular board. If my colleagues can reconsider, I would appreciate that.
Thank you for that, Councilmember Gordon. And as we all know, we all serve on these commissions and boards at the appointment of the mayor. So if there's any questions or conversations, I think that starts with the mayor, and share your concerns. I know, because I think at least she approached me and said, are we all fine with our commissions and boards that we've been on? And I said I was fine. And then she approached us with her recommendation of me switching with another for her reasons. And I said I was okay with that as long as the council's okay with that. So if you have those concerns and shared like that, have you shared them with the mayor yet?
I did.
Okay.
I did let her know that I was interested in the STA as an alternate, and because I've been on the volunteer side of it for almost 8 years, and so I did ask for that. But may I ask you a question just for future knowledge through the CM, and I know that others can tell us, through CM, if that is the truth that only, and it's no challenge to nobody, so everybody relax, why do we need to vote on who is being chosen if that's the case, like we did when we first sat? Okay, so it's...
I'm sorry. Microphone. The mayor makes an appointment subject to council approval.
Okay, so we get to vote on it still?
Correct. Yes.
Okay, just want to clarify. Thank you for that. So yes, I did, but I wanted to make sure. That's why I asked you first, Vice Mayor, because I didn't want to go to her first without talking to you.
Yeah, yes, and once again, all appointments are done by the mayor, so she or he is the final pursuant of any appointments to to any commissioner board. So she would be the one to make this list, and we as a council approve it.
Okay, so would you consider it? Vice Mayor, for the STA?
I mean, we can't consider it unless she makes that appointment. She has to put it in paper. So right now, we're voting on what has been submitted. So we can't change that unless she submits the appointment revising otherwise.
So we're not voting on to accept it as it currently is?
Yes, we are. That's what this is for, is to vote on what has been submitted.
And if you...
Maybe I'm confused.
You can vote not to approve
Yeah,
the appointments.
Yeah.
That would be your option.
Correct. Yes, you do. You always have the right to vote no if you don't agree with what the revisions were.
Well, I don't want to be combative like that. I just really wanted to just revisit it, maybe have her re-look at it after having another conversation with us, and then we can just revisit it again. If that's okay, making that suggestion.
I mean, once again, it's the mayor that submits this list, and
Right.
So we have what's in front of us is to vote on what's been submitted to us, and we all have the right to vote no or yes or whatever it may be. So that's what's in front of us right now, depending on what the motion is. So I have other council members that want to chime in.
Go ahead.
Councilmember Lediger.
Councilmember Gordon, thank you for your question. So I was asked to make a switch, and initially that is my appointment, and I had not initially thought about removing myself as the alternate to STA. I was asked to make that switch, and we both were amenable to make that switch. So this is why this is occurring. And that's the only reason why it's occurring.
Thank you so much. I was going to ask for it to be considered because I was waiting for us to get another list, and then we get to do the selection, and then like we did last year, and then we vote on it. That's what I was thinking was going to happen. So I was waiting for it. So I was happy that you did bring it up. But I did ask if my colleague would not mind me switching with the STA, and to my knowledge, she said yes. So I was just thinking that it would come back to us with the same process.
Yeah, I'm not aware of that because we can only vote on what the list is submitted. If someone wants to make a revision to that, that would be a motion that would have to be voted on. But I've got Councilmember Palmares next.
Yeah, I think a way we could possibly move forward is, I recognize your passion for transportation need before you got into city council. So, and my understanding is that you reached out to the mayor, but you haven't heard a response yet.
I thought that we were going to do the same process like we did last year, so I was anticipating that. Thank you.
I understand. So if there is a discussion to be had with the mayor, I mean, I'm fine with continues to another agenda item and just give you the opportunity to have that chance to talk to the mayor. And whether she's yes or no, at least like that conversation has been had. Right now, we're kind of in an inconvenient position because the mayor's not here, and we all don't have that kind of power right now. So, I mean, I'm not going to lose any sleep over, waiting a few more weeks over this. So, I mean, I'm fine with continuing to another agenda item, but that's, whether the rest of the council approves on that decision.
Councilmember Lediger, you wanted to apologize for cutting you short and not finishing your comment.
So I'm going to be really frank. I did this as a request to the mayor. And if the revision is going to be, if we're trying to make a revision to what she suggested, then I will simply stay as the STA alternate. I did this as a revision, a requested revision. And so, again, you can have the conversation with her, but it was from being amenable to the request that was made.
Councilmember Matias.
I mean, since we all chimed in, maybe except for Councilmember Bergenser. I mean, I know that this is up to her discretion to make these appointments. I will say for the record, I was not approached at all. So this is the first time I'm seeing this this evening. And yet, if Councilmember Gordon wants to have an additional conversation with the mayor to better understand the rationale for these appointments, I think we should just continue it and have that vote take place when the mayor returns, because clearly there's some flow of information missing here. So that would be my 1 cent on this.
Thank you for that. Any more questions or comments? Manny, do we have any speakers on this particular item, item 8.5 or item 8L?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Currently do not have any speakers signed up for this item.
Thank you for that. So I will go ahead and close the public comment section and to return it back to the council. Is there a motion or any further last-second questions?
I move that we continue that item, item 8.5, adopt a resolution confirming the consent and consenting to council appointments to various commissions, boards, and committees for the year 2026 until such time that the council members may request changes to the commissions of the mayor.
Please vote.
Motion carries unanimously with the mayor absent.
So just a question to my fellow council members. Spoke to the consultants and staff that are on our informational calendar, and they had confirmed with me their presentations are going to be 5 minutes or less. And so I want to open it up to my council members if they are willing to hear the informational items first before we move on to the action items.
Yes.
Just taking a straw poll. I'm seeing a bunch of nods.
Wait, time out, Vice Mayor. So you said these informational items are 5 minutes or less?
The presentations, yes. Just for, no, and speaking to staff, from my understanding, they were going to be 5 minutes or. Correct. So I got his confirmation, and speaking to some staff, they said, I was under the impression. I'm sorry? Oh. So that's the question to staff or to the council. Do we want to? The fact there's also a consultant online for an action item. What is our pleasure?
Let's hear B first, and then the information item.
So what I'm hearing is action item 9B, and then going to the informational items after that. Is that? Can I just get a straw poll, and are we all in agreement of that? I see a majority saying yes, so let's go ahead and
I
call.
suggested that we hear action item B, and then we hear information item A, and then go back to the action calendar for the additional time remaining.
Okay. So, except for, okay, so let's go ahead and move to action item 9B. And can I ask the city clerk to go ahead and read action item 9B?
Presentation of an overview of the city's general fund debt and considerations for developing a funding and financing plan by KNN, the city's municipal advisor, and possible direction to staff.
Thank you for that, and I'll ask Manny to please start the 2-minute clock. Anyone wishing to address the council on this item, both in person or virtually, must either sign up using the electronic kiosk located in the back of the council chambers or raise their hand virtually by the end of the 2-minute clock. Anyone signing up to speak or raising their hand virtually after the end of the 2-minute clock will not be recognized. And I say we have our Assistant City Manager to please do the presentation.
Thank you so much, Vice Mayor, City Council members. Excited to present this item to you. So thank you for the adjustment. Nalungo Conley, Assistant City Manager. I'm here with Florida Cruz, Assistant Finance Director. And then I also have Melissa, there she is online. She's our consultant from KNN. After I do a little bit of context setting, I'm going to turn it over to her to walk us through these slides. But just a little background, KNN was engaged by our former finance director, Reka Nayor, in response to council's direction, and I believe city manager's direction, to look into potential financing options for the police station. Although I know it wasn't only for the police station, it's possibly looking at potentially funding other large-scale capital improvement projects. So we do have a presentation for this evening, just to kind of let you know that this is an action item, and so what we're going to do is, what we're asking is that you approve city staff and KNN to reach out to U.S. Bank, which was formerly Union Bank of California. They're the holder of our lease debt, to discuss renegotiating the release of city assets currently leased under the master lease agreement, and then potentially to direct staff to look into other steps regarding financing a police headquarters and potentially other large-scale capital improvement projects. So with that, if we could pull up the presentation, and we can go to the next slide. I'm going to turn it over to Melissa to start off. We can go one more slide. Okay. There we go. Melissa, can you hear us?
Thank you. And yeah, thank you, Naluko, and pleasure to be here this evening, and good evening to the council members. Melissa Schick at KNN Public Finance, and I've been working with staff really on the review of Vallejo's outstanding debt obligations as staff and council considers the potential issuance of additional debt for certain of your capital projects. So Vallejo has issued various forms of debt to finance infrastructure projects, some of which has related to the city's governmental activities, just general infrastructure, and then other of which relates to the city's business activities, and that's really the self-supporting debt of your enterprise funds. So that debt then that is paid from the general fund has been issued in the form of lease revenue bonds, certificates of participation, and the U.S. Bank loan that we will speak to tonight. The city also has issued enterprise revenue bonds, and primarily to fund projects within its water enterprise. And then there's other types of borrowing issued by public agencies. Those are largely paid from voter-approved taxes. And while those tools are available to any public agency within Vallejo's debt portfolio and outstanding debt mix, these kind of tax-secured debt obligations have not been used and would require voter approval. Next slide. So our presentation this evening really does just focus on debt that's supported by the city's general fund. And the city has approximately $30 million of principal amount outstanding of debt supported by the general fund. And 80% of the outstanding debt is that which is related to the U.S. Bank loan, and it was formerly Union Bank of California. So for purposes of this presentation, and in fact the city's audit, the loan is referred to as the UBOC loan. So you'll see the table on this slide outlines each of the city's debt obligations, again, primarily comprised of 2 tranches of the UBOC loan, and then associated with the general fund debt obligations, the annual debt payment is approximately $4 million a year, and that is as of the fiscal year end of June 25. Next slide. So just an overview of the loan that we're speaking to this evening. It was put into place in 2011 as part of the bankruptcy plan, and it restructured certain of the city's outstanding prior lease debt at the time, and that comprised of 4 series of certificates of participation. And that's basically a financing vehicle that is a lease financing instrument. The loan consists of two tranches. Tranche A, in fact, was originally just around 18 million of outstanding principal. And as of January of this year, it is no longer outstanding. The city has paid down that debt since 2011, and now Tranche A is fully retired and matured. Tranche B is the one tranche that is currently outstanding in approximately 23 million. And that portion of the loan matures in 2042. And that portion of the loan has a very favorable interest rate, 1.625%. And you'll see the chart on the right-hand side of this slide shows the green bar, which represents the interest rate on the loan, and the blue line represents the cost of borrowing if the city were to issue public market lease debt. So you'll see that it's notably higher than the very favorable interest rate associated with the loan. So you may ask then, why are we here today discussing this loan? And while the city's afforded a favorable borrowing cost under the loan, there are certain constraints under the loan agreement that have implications to the city as it considers the issuance of additional debt. Next slide. So the first constraint that's presented by the loan agreement is that many of the city's assets are encumbered under the lease agreement with U.S. Bank. So you'll see in the top table, all of the listed assets here that were previously leased under the prior certificate subparticipation issuances have been transferred over to the U.S. Bank loan agreement, and they remain encumbered under that agreement. And the city also has various properties that are subject to the lease that secures its one outstanding public lease obligation, which is the 1999 certificates of participation issuances. So as the city considers the financing of public infrastructure, and without the vote of the people, the city would issue lease debt, the city may be asset constrained in considering the issuance of additional lease debt. I think furthermore, certain of these assets may also provide value to the city in the form of a sale to the extent they weren't encumbered under the lease. Next slide. So in discussion with staff, and I know that the city attorney has reviewed this component previously as well, but there is a provision within the lease agreement that assets may be released under the loan. It just will require negotiation with U.S. Bank, UBOC. And after having fully retired and repaid Tranche A of the loan at the start of this year, we think that presents a nice rationale to re-engage the bank and negotiate the partial release of certain assets that are currently encumbered under the loan agreement. If the negotiations don't prove favorable, the city always has the option of refinancing the loan in another debt instrument, or issue lease debt in the public municipal bond market. But as we discussed at the start, the interest cost on the loan is currently well below the current market interest costs for public agency lease debt. And so we just on a preliminary basis calculated the approximate present value cost of refinancing the loan, and that's approximately 2.8 million. Next slide. So the second constraint presented by the loan agreement is the constraint of limiting the city's issuance of additional debt. And the limitation again is on additional debt supported by the city's general fund. And so here specifically, the loan agreement says the city may not create, issue, incur, assume, or otherwise become obligated in respect of or permit to be outstanding any debt in addition to the debt of the city outstanding, existing or under which it is obligated, that would cause the maximum amount of debt service to exceed 10% of general fund revenues. So what that means in numbers, as of fiscal year end 2025, general fund revenues, including Measure P, are approximately 152 million. 10% of 152 million is the 15.2 million. The city's existing debt is 4.2 million. The repayment of debt is 4.2 million annually. So therefore, the city has capacity under the loan to issue additional debt only up to annual debt service of 11 million a year. So note, this constraint may not entirely be a constraint to the city. It may only be a true limitation to the extent there is identified budgetary resources that exceeds that 11 million a year in annual debt service. Next slide. Here we just graph the numbers and words from the prior slide, simply to show the blue bars as the city's existing debt service, and the difference between the blue bars and the red line is the capacity under the U.S. Bank loan agreement to issue additional debt. And so that's approximately 11 million of debt service a year. And that is estimated to achieve additional bonding capacity of almost 170 million. Beyond the red line is if you were to use all of your Measure P resources to dedicate to debt service on bonds issued for public infrastructure, you would not have the capacity to bond up to that amount under the U.S. Bank loan agreement. Again, I don't think that is necessarily the case, but we did want to just show you graphically what the additional debt constraint means to the city in the form of additional borrowings. Next slide. So this is just to summarize the various alternatives for the Union Bank loan. The first is keep the loan outstanding. In a perfect world, you'd maintain the low fixed interest rate on the tranche B portion of the loan at 1.6%. And then we would work with U.S. Bank to negotiate the release of property as may be provided under the terms of the lease. If the negotiation does not prove favorable, keeping the loan outstanding means that the city would be bound by covenants and requirements under that loan agreement, leading to both leased asset and borrowing constraint considerations. You could also choose to refinance the loan and get out of the agreement with the bank entirely. And it eliminates all of the covenants and constraints we just discussed, though that would come at a cost, assuming current market conditions. And again, we just estimated that present value cost to be slightly under $3 million in present value debt service. So that wraps up the lay of the land with regard to the city's outstanding debt obligations. And it's really we're in working with staff, the exercise was to take stock of your existing debt portfolio and really to set the stage for consideration of additional debt for the funding of new infrastructure projects that may be a portion of the CIP moving forward. Next slide.
So Melissa, I'll jump in here. So thank you for that. What Melissa was sort of setting the stage to talk about too was we didn't really cover how you would actually issue new lease debt, right? So one of the things so let me start off in saying that we're not recommending that we renegotiate the current terms of our debt. It's so favorable. It would cost the city a lot more money to renegotiate. And quite frankly, with the capacity, with the current restrictions, that still gives us quite a bit of leverage to sort of take on some of the projects that, you guys have tentatively discussed. So, I think with almost $170 million potentially available, that does cover the proposed scope for the police department, but also leave some additional funds to take on some other large-scale capital improvement projects. And quite frankly, it's a lot of work, so we don't want to take on more than we can actually deliver. So, one of the things that we're looking into is you can utilize a new project as an asset to actually create that capital flow. So, for example, we would utilize the new police station as the asset that would actually fund the new lease debt. So similar to how I think in 2023, you took 400 Mare Island Way and you actually added under, I believe, Tranche A to the negotiations with Union Bank. You would essentially do the same thing for the new police building. You would also have to capitalize the interest payments as well, so it would sort of reduce the overall amount of money that you would have extra to play with, but you're still having those conversations around the ultimate, the finalized cost for the police station to begin with. So, depending on how that structure plays out, you could have a little bit more leeway with regards to the total amount that you could potentially play with. So, this is just keying up the conversations that council has indicated that they want to have in terms of how to start looking at large-scale capital improvement projects that move economic development forward in, a much larger capacity than we might have been considering up to this point. You did improve a CIP plan, but that was primarily streets and water infrastructure. There wasn't really any large-scale sort of city-focused capital improvement projects on that list. So this is opening it up to have those conversations, and then ideally you would identify what those projects are. Maybe they can come up in your goal-setting conversations, and then we would prioritize them high, medium, low, try to figure out what the potential economic benefits are, and then we'd have to engage to develop the cash flow models on how to actually pay for it. That's where we would have conversations around public-private partnerships, and then do the pro forma debt service numbers, and then obviously bring that back to finalize. So it is a process, but this is just meant to kind of give you guys all the information on the structure of our existing debt to basically inform you that we do have the tools in place to potentially finance some large-scale capital improvement projects so that you can start having those conversations. And then also, of course, receive your approval to reach out to Union, or U.S. Bank of, Union Bank. I'm getting confused. Right, to have those conversations about seeing whether or not they are amenable to actually releasing some of those properties under the lease debt. But it is not necessary for us to move forward. That's just, it would be a nice to have. It would give us a little bit more options and a little bit more space, but it's not necessary to move this forward. So I think, next slide, please. So yes, as we had in the beginning, the recommendation that we're seeking from council is just to approve staff and K&N to reach out to U.S. Bank to discuss that renegotiation of our city assets under tranche B, to see whether or not, you know, they're amenable to having that conversation, that are currently leased under the master lease agreement, and then also looking into next steps to financing the police headquarters. I know that that item, I believe, is supposed to come back for discussion. I don't know when it's agendized, because I know that there was some questions about some of the design elements moving forward. So I know that that still has some further refinements, but also looking at financing the police headquarters, like I said, as well as other large-scale capital improvement projects. And I think with that, we're happy to take questions.
Thank you for that presentation. Starting off with Councilmember Palmares. I'm going to go ahead and start off with council questions first, and then go to public comment.
Got it. Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. Thank you, Melissa, wherever you are. I guess one of my first questions, and this is a little bit of a digression, is do we currently have a long-term financial plan?
So we don't currently have one. We've actually been engaging several consultants. I believe you spoke to MGO. You'll hear about them. They're actually one of the consultants in the next item for the performance audit. They actually do long-range financial planning. So I believe that Florida and Rochelle had a meeting with them this week, our budget manager, to discuss the scope of work to do the long-range financial plan. And I believe that they are able to do the plan, but also potentially create a model that we can then use on a go-forward basis to kind of plug in all of our numbers to see as they change, you know, in the future, what that'll actually, you know, tell us about our financial health for the city.
Yeah, and I believe this analysis really feeds into that long-term financial plan. And if we're talking about which projects we want to look into, which buildings we want to maximize the use of, I mean, if we could have also analysis to see like which projects will get the most bang for our buck, that will feed into that long-term financial plan instead of just like us kind of guessing. I know there's different ways of assessing that. You know, you and I have had that conversation about value by acre. So there are ways to do that. Not trying to figure this out right now, but just planting the seeds of like what that long-term financial plan is. My goal is to not have to react every time, and that we are set up in a good way where the money's just coming in, right? And we're not trying to scrounge every year to make something happen. So you're going to be renegotiating for the release of certain assets. Will 400 Mare Island Way, will that be one of them?
Well, 400 Mare Island Way could potentially cover the outstanding debt, but they may not be amenable to releasing precisely for the reasons that I just stated. So,
okay.
You know, we'll see if they're even amenable. My understanding is that, you know, when this was broached before, they wanted to actually renegotiate the whole thing because the interest rate is so low. They're not necessarily making any money off of it, right? So, you know, well, I'm not going to say that they won't negotiate with us, but chances are they may not release the sort of newer asset in the portfolio, unfortunately. So they may release City Hall.
Okay. This is a strange new world to me, but
Yeah.
I mean, is there a tactful way to get some feelers out there without just strongly negotiating it?
Well, we say negotiating. It's more like just reaching out and having a conversation
Okay.
to see whether or not they're amenable to even considering this outside of just completely renegotiating the entire term. So
Okay.
if that's what they come back as, then we would walk away, because like I said, it's not necessary for us to have them release those assets. It would just provide us with additional opportunities, because we could then use those, you know, for debt service. However, you know, if they don't, we can use the potential police headquarters as the asset.
Okay.
So,
And regardless of how they answer, I just want to clear this up here. What can we do with that building? I know I've heard a few responses, and maybe being council has aged me, so I can't remember anymore. But just, you know, I know we're currently leasing out some of the building to some organizations, or at least one organization. But is that the maximum of what we could do with that building right now?
that I'm not aware of.
Sorry, was the question about the current use of 400 Maryland Way?
Yes.
So we're currently leasing it to Veterans Affairs, and a portion of it. We have some city departments that are space constrained and are looking for some additional space. So among the departments that are operating in City Hall, when code enforcement moved from police to PDS and moved into City Hall, that created some a space crunch for planning and development services that they're navigating, but would, you know, they'd be able to function better if they had more space. And then some water department staff need some more space. So both of them are potential tenants of 400 Maryland Way. I think those plans and considerations of tenanting 400 Maryland Way with those operations is a little contingent on our figuring out what we want to do with 400 Maryland Way. So one reason that the city might want to ask U.S. Bank to release 400 Maryland Way is that would be an asset that the city could sell to provide funds that could be used to invest in capital assets, like pay a portion of the police department headquarters. So I think neither of those departments want to move into 400 Maryland Way unless they have a sense that they can stay there for, say, 5 years or more. If they're only going to stay there for 1 year and then the city decides to sell 400 Maryland Way, it's not worth making that transition. So I think pretty soon, as Assistant City Manager Conley mentioned, pretty soon the architects for the police department building are going to come back with their final designs. They'll have a revised cost estimate. At that point, the city council can decide how it wants to proceed on the police department headquarters building, and we can get more into the funding, the budget side, and the financing conversation. You all can decide whether you want to, you know, how you might want to use 400 Maryland Way as part of that, and that'll, I think, kind of cement the future of 400 Maryland Way for a little while, and then we can talk about tenanting.
Okay,
Sorry, that
great.
was a long answer to a short question.
No, I follow you. So looking forward to this conversation with Union Bank, and we'll just go from there. Thank you.
Councilmember Ledeju.
Thanks. Thanks for the presentation. I think it's really important when you talk about potentially seeking and understanding whether we can get U.S. Bank of California to release assets and what that potential interest rate might cost us. I think we need to do some work before we even go down that road. We need to look at our general fund structural capacity, and we need to determine, you know, what are our 5-year projections for public safety, homelessness, affordable housing, road maintenance, facility maintenance, the things that we're doing already, and, you know, how are we paying for that, and what's the impact on that with the fact that we have to maintain this 10% debt cap, right? And then what is the stress test that we're doing under the general fund revenues, under recession or state funding, and federal and county volatility, right? So how do we model 5%, 10%, 15%? You're shaking your head because you know these are really important items. So I think while I appreciate and I know it's important, I appreciate the presentation, but we really are missing a leg on the stool when we talk about all of the strategy that we need to be projecting, as you mentioned, ACM Conley, having a financial modeling tool, so we can plug in some numbers and we can look year to year, out to 10 years, out to 5, out to 2, out to 1. And without that data, I'm not willing to say, go try and renegotiate something. I want to see what that looks like potentially, and we can do some financial modeling and say, well, we know the interest rates are X, Y, and Z, and if we plug those into our models, we know whether it's cost effective or not, and what else are we going to have to do as it relates to potential grant funding from OES or whomever, where we have dollars that we potentially can get for the infrastructure of the police department and other things that we need to do. But we need to do the prudent work around financial modeling before we take this step. So I would really appreciate being able to see that work in depth and really doing some deep analysis so that we can ensure that we remain fiscally solvent. We are not within the next 1 to 5 years having to worry about, do we need to reduce the level of services? Because we have a lot of volatility for the next 3 years, I'll say for the next 6 years easily, because of all the things that have transpired at the federal government level. That doesn't get undone just because we change to potentially a new administration or not. And we need to be projecting that out. We need to be doing the data modeling when we are thinking about what is our next financial move to ensure that we remain financially stable and remain on that trajectory and make choices accordingly to that trajectory and that modeling. So thank you.
Councilmember Matias.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So just to follow up on Councilmember Ledger's question, what would you need from the council to make sure that that financial planning piece is taking place? I know Councilmember Palmares has asked for it in the past, and so is there a budgetary ask, or is there some internal capacity? I just want to get a sense of that.
So we can bring it back fairly quickly. It'll be a budgetary ask because for the next item, Macy's, Genie, and Econo, MG, they're one of the firms that we've already pre-qualified, essentially to do these types of services for us. So they're one of the performance audit firms that we want to have sort of as an on-call bench. And so these are one of the services that they've already been assessed to be able to do. So we just need to get what their estimate is for that. And then we'll come back and do a budget request. So yeah, in the next couple of weeks. So that should be pretty quick. I don't know the estimate for completing the financial plan and model. I don't know if they were able to tell us that.
We told them that we need it for the 26-27 budget.
Yeah.
So that is what we told them.
So we can get them started on that right away, and then we can, let you know projections in terms of timelines. But we'll have it before you adopt the new budget, so it should be within the next couple of months.
Thank you for that. I think that's one piece of the puzzle. I think the other piece is goal setting and just going through the process that you outlined in the presentation, right? We identify the projects, you guys cost out those projects, you identify how much the cost is that we need to spend, right? And I will say it's a priority for me to get that public safety facility built out. I don't think we can continue to delay that, and at the same time, it's also important for the city of Vallejo to kind of turn the page on waiting around for like that one magical project that's going to come in and solve all the things. Like, we've got to have some skin in the game, and we also have to identify some CIPs that can generate revenue for the city. And I think that's part of the exercise that we can go through as part of the goal setting process, while you're also developing the financial plan to give us an outlook on the next 3 to 5 years, And while you have those discussions with the bank to understand, what is feasible from a asset standpoint, can they release some of the assets? And if the answer is no, then we have that data point. But I would support moving the forecasting and the modeling forward, having you guys engage the bank to see what is possible, because I think that's the ask this evening. And then as all of these different pieces come together, we can have a more informed discussion come budget time on what is possible over the next couple of years. I have concerns about tying up all the, I think there was like a chart on, even completely tying up Measure P, because we have a very volatile economic environment. And I don't think our reserve level is where it needs to be, personally. So that's one. And then, but at the same time, I want to fully recognize that the previous city staff team did present a road repavement plan a few years ago that they said, if we were to go out to bond and we got $100 million or whatever the cost was, we'd be able to move faster on repaving all of these roads, which is a top concern to residents. So I want to be supportive of those three pieces. And then the only other item that I just want to elevate is that I think that just as important for us to do some of that planning, some of that thinking, and that goal setting as we identify projects. If we move in that direction, I think there's an opportunity for us to lean into collaboration, right? So can we partner with GVRD? Is there some funding available where we can potentially lean into energy programs and use some of that funding for the public safety headquarters or for other projects we identify? So we got to get creative in the financing. We spoke to Mr. Murray about engaging Sunstone Cities for the public safety facility, and I think it's important for us to make sure we're looking at all the pieces as opposed to just like what can the city do. So we have other players that we need to engage, and I think moving forward this evening is a step in that process. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Any other initial round of questions from council to staff? Ask Manny, do we have any speakers in person or virtually on this item?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Currently do not have any members of the public signed up for this item.
Thank you for that confirmation. So with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and close the, go ahead.
So as it relates to Councilmember Matias mentioned just even energy programs, and I know at the Tuolumne campus, they did an energy program, and it's supposed to have significant cost savings as well to the county. And so as we're looking at different avenues of funding, is it possible that KNN might look at what is the possibility of doing something from an energy perspective? Because when you have solar and so forth and on, there's potential cost savings, large cost savings, depending on how many buildings are ours and so forth and on the different infrastructure that we have in our city. So I would think that would be an avenue of research as they continue to work along with you.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Ledeji. I will speak. I remember for the PD headquarter presentation, they actually did incorporate in their design element a lot of solar panels for the parking, and I believe that the headquarters had solar panels on the roof to help, mitigate some of those ongoing costs. But, we are engaging, we've had people reach out, we've spoken to some individuals who do the public-private partnerships to see, get their thoughts on cost mitigations. And we've been looking into what San Diego's done, East Palo Alto. I think Martinez is doing something. There's a lot of cities who kind of use that kind of partnership structure to mitigate their costs to do these kind of large-scale city investments, not just for police headquarters, but we're obviously open to mitigating that cost. As you mentioned before, figuring out alternatives, what our debt capacity is. We do have to have the conversation about Measure P, obligating, the majority of those funds? What does that look like? How do we still fund streets? I mean, there's a lot of conversations to have, and obviously the financial plan and the financial model will help with that. And we can work with KNN to see what kind of additional information they can bring to the forefront with regards to those kind of partnerships, and then potentially other deals that they may have seen with regards to, offsets for energy, solar energy, and or, maybe it's partnerships with tech companies, I'm not sure, and then maybe integrating that to sort of reduce our overall costs, maintenance costs. I know that that's something that San Diego did, where they had an agreement where their overall costs, they wanted to be cost neutral. So they figured out a way what their current, maintenance was on their building, and then they worked with a developer to ensure that their cost didn't exceed that. So, I mean, there's a lot of things we can do. There's costs to all of that, and I mean, not necessarily in terms of what we pay, but maybe what we have to give up. So we can bring all that forward, and some of that we'll have for the mid-year, some of that will come independent. I believe March 3rd, is that the date of the meeting, March 3rd? The first meeting in March, we're going to bring the Measure P items forward to have that conversation.
10th, March 10th is the
Thank you,
regular
March
meeting.
10th, to have that conversation. So all these things will hopefully be coming soon, so we can give you the information necessary to kind of make those financial decisions.
Any other questions or anything? So back to Manny's point of, I'm going to go ahead and officially close the public comment session and return it back to council right now. Any last?
Through the Vice Mayor, before you close it, we did have one member of the public.
Thank
raise
you.
their hand.
Glad I asked.
Melvin Cowan, please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Vice Mayor and council members. My name is Melvin Cowan, and I wanted to respond directly to the discussion we heard under agenda item 9B. I appreciate staff and KNN laying out the structure of the city's debt so clearly tonight. What stood out to me is not just the interest rate, which is very favorable, but the constraints created by the master lease and asset encumbrances, and how those constraints affect future choices. What I heard staff say this evening, was Vallejo technically has capacity, but flexibility depends on how assets are treated under the U.S. Bank agreement, and that distinction matters. And as you think about authorizing negotiations to release certain city assets, I would encourage you to view this not just through the lens of the police headquarters, but through broader capital strategy. Because once the assets are released, or once we understand which assets cannot be released, it'll shape what kinds of projects Vallejo can realistically pursue over the next decade. So I also want to lift up something implicit in tonight's conversation, debt capacity without a long-term financial framework, and how it can lead to reactive decisions. And so I appreciate the council member's question about a long-term financial plan, important. That plan matters, especially if the city is going to prioritize large-scale projects, explore public-private partnerships, and sequence capital investments responsibly. And finally, I want to name that the assets are not neutral. And so which assets remain encumbered and which are freed affects housing projects, infrastructure, economic development, and how the city responds when state or federal opportunities arise on short notice, which could happen pretty soon. And so negotiating flexibility now, even if it's a nice to have, creates options for us later. And options are what will protect the city from being boxed in when priorities shift or emergencies arise. So I do support the staff's recommendations to open the conversation with U.S. Bank, and I encourage the council to pair that with a clear long-term capital strategy, transparent prioritization of projects, and understanding that the asset flexibility is a policy choice, not just a financial one. Thank you for the presentation and for taking a long-range view of Vallejo's future. I appreciate you.
Thank you for that. And Manny, just to confirm, are there any other speakers virtually or in person for this item?
That was our last speaker for this item.
Thank you for that. And now I officially close the public comment session for this item and return it back to council. Are there any other questions, last-second questions or comments? I do have one comment I'd like to make. I know Measure P was brought up in this conversation, and I would like to caution us as a council to, when we talk about using Measure P or leveraging it, in this case, for something that, has this ever been brought up to the Measure P committee? So we've had a practice here in this council and with staff of bypassing Measure P when we're talking about using their funding, and to where we each appointed individuals to that committee to get their we each appointed an individual because of their qualifications and especially their background looking at this funding. So I want to make sure that we're not bypassing their voice and their input on something as significant as this, because I understand this, we were using Measure P as a hypothetical for in this case, a numbers game. But with that being said, we're talking about their funding, Measure P's funding, without their input, because I would think they would have some comment or some valuable input on something like this. So once again, because I know Councilmember Palmares, Councilmember Brigenza, and I, we ran into the situation to where we were actually we had to use Measure P because of shortfall. And I do not want to run into that situation again. So I want to make sure if we are ever talking about Measure P again, that something like this has been brought to their attention, that they're even being thought about in this capacity, and making sure that we have their voice heard for something like this. So, Councilmember Palmer.
Vice Mayor, and I'm going to tread lightly because I don't want us to, go to a far field, but to your comment, which I appreciate, maybe staff could relay that we had this conversation to the Measure P committee, not to say we're instructing them to do anything or, incorporate any guidance, but just let them know, hey, we're having this conversation now. So no one's going to be surprised. Who's the liaison? Oh, no, I mean, council liaison.
Right there.
Does that work with you, council member? Okay.
So any other last-second questions or comments from staff? The chair is open for a motion.
We are seeking direction from council to approach U.S. Bank about possibly.
So the chair is open for any guidance or direction we want to give staff to move forward with this?
I move that we approve the city staff and KNN reaching out to U.S. Bank, formerly UBOC, to discuss renegotiating the lease of the city assets currently leased under the master lease agreement, and secondly, to look into next steps regarding financing of police headquarters and other large-scale CIPs within the constraint amount dictated by the UBOC agreement.
Can I make a friendly amendment?
Go ahead, Councilmember Matias.
Including a budgetary ask for the financial planning, the 5-year financial planning that Councilmember Palmares requested.
Absolutely. And the research on energy as a part of that.
And collaborations with other districts.
So do we have those 3 additions?
Can I ask that those be repeated, please?
Yes, those adding those friendly amendments to that. Go ahead.
Budgetary ask around the financial planning for the city of Vallejo, research into energy programs and collaborations with other city districts and/or agencies.
Okay. As soon as the city clerk has all of that down and we're ready to vote, go ahead and vote, please.
Motion carries unanimously with Mayor Source absent.
Thank you for that. And I think based on our guidance that we are going to be taking the informational item 10A at this, 10B, I'm sorry, is it 10A?
Through the
so
chair.
Through
the chair. I just wanted to say thank you to staff. That was a great presentation.
Okay. So jumping to item 10A, if we can have the presentation on the Blue Rock Springs.
Through the Vice Mayor,
Yes.
I'm wondering if we want to then continue the rest of the agenda items so the rest of the staff can be off duty for the rest of the night if we just hear this last item?
But we still have a couple of action items that we still have to do. There's,
The GVRD one is of importance
Correct.
to them.
yes, so as we discussed before, we were going to jump to this informational item so the consultant can present and go. Are we still moving that direction, or are we? I mean, that's what I'm asking. That's what we talked about earlier, but it was just a friendly.
I just want to be clear what we're doing. So we're doing the Blue Rock Springs one right now.
Correct, the informational.
And are we doing GVRD right after that?
Yes, we were going to,
Okay.
because that's an action item we do have to take up.
No, absolutely. No, I understand. So my position is, yes, let's do that, but after GVRD, let's cut it off.
Okay, if that is the pleasure of the council, then we will go ahead and.
And also, just because I understand the urgency for action item 9C, I really am, I think we're all interested in making that happen as soon as possible. Could we possibly move that to a special meeting next week? Do we have any room next week?
You do have a closed session at 5 p.m., but it's my understanding that they may take 3 hours for you in closed session.
Yeah, just
Next meeting then. 5 or 6.
which should be the.
Through the chair, just for clarification, thank you so much. So we are going to do Blue Rock Springs
Yes.
and the federal funding update? No?
No.
GVRD.
GVRD 9A.
Thank you for that clarification.
Okay, and then we're going to cut it off after that. So, Councilmember Palmares.
I'm so sorry. If we have nothing else to do that night, I mean, when is the first, what time does that closed session meeting start next Tuesday?
5 p.m.
5 p.m. So 3 hours, 8 o'clock, when we should theoretically be done. Okay, let's say a generous 4 hours. So even if it were at 9 o'clock, I think we'll still have a wherewithal to take on one item regarding auditing. I know you hate this. Don't look at me. But I feel like it's important.
I don't think that one item is going to take an hour. I mean, we're just approving those contractors, and if we have any comments to make, that's it. Yeah.
So to keep us back on point here, we're gonna go ahead and go. Let's go ahead and do item 10A right now, and then go to 10A and then 9A after that, and then we'll determine what happens with the next item. So or next moving forward. Go ahead. And then could we please have City Clerk Abrahamson read item 10A, please?
Blue Rock Springs Golf Course update.
Thank you for that, and I ask Manny to go ahead and start the 2-minute clock. For anyone that's looking to make a comment on item 10A, please sign up on the back kiosk or raise your hand virtually, and go ahead, Assistant City Manager Hayne.
Thank you, Vice Mayor and council members. Gillian Hayne, Assistant City Manager. This evening, we will make this very quick. This is just an update for the public and for council on where we are with the Blue Rock Springs design. If you recall, back in September, our development partner came and made a concept golf course submittal with 3 different options, and council gave direction. According to our performance and participation agreement, they had 90 days to respond and give us another set of plans to take a look at. They are sitting on the dais in front of you this evening. And while we're not here to ask you for any action on the item, we're just here to run through the changes and updates that the development partner has made to the plans and talk a little bit about some pricing, and then basically let you know that we're going to be working on a phasing moving forward for these different portions of the project and come back to City Council in a public meeting for that directive before they submit entitlement applications for the project. So this is an interim step. It wasn't necessary, it wasn't called out in the development agreement, but we decided that we would bring it just for extra transparency and to have the discussions at the City Council level. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Elmore to present the changes.
Thank you, Ms. Hain, Vice Mayor and Council. It's a pleasure to be here tonight, and I really appreciate you putting me up on the agenda to get through this. As Ms. Hain stated, really we're bringing this informational item back to the council and really to the public to continue our promotion of transparency to the community and, of course, the city as well. And certainly I'll seek to abbreviate our presentation to keep on task for your evening and our evening collectively, but certainly that's not a reflection of the amount of work that has gone into this effort and will continue to go into this effort as we move forward. So thank you again. And again, thank you, Ms. Hain and staff as well for working with us to achieve our third milestone. Let's see if the clicker works. It does. So I'm going to kind of spin through this. Obviously, this presentation will be part of the staff report, visible to all the public, so not trying to abbreviate to hide or not show anything. Obviously, you've all seen it, hopefully, on our submittal on the 12th. We all know where the property is. All the players are the same. Blue Rock Springs LLC persists since 2019 with the Greg Norman Company and the Lewis Company, who I formerly worked for, but here representing Blue Rock Springs LLC. Our consultant team also stays intact with Greg Norman LCA and CBG as our consultant team members that have really put forth most of the effort that you have in front of you today. Timeline that we reviewed last time, obviously we have all advanced to the performance agreement milestones, which will take place over the next couple of years as we hopefully ensue and initiate our entitlement efforts pending your consideration of the golf concept plan, which serves as milestone 3 in front of you, which is all comes out of our participation and performance agreement, specifically Exhibit D that lays out the milestones and the steps and the timelines by which we, as developer partner of the city, need to achieve and deliver deliverables for your review and consideration. Just quickly a recap. I think this one's important to pause on real quick. This is performance milestone 2. As Ms. Hain referenced, on September 16th, the City Council selected options for the West and East Course implementation for golf and recreation package. Those have been refined and delivered to you today with updated scope, some additional renderings, as well as some updated budgets after a very refined look. In addition, Council left us with a few comments to look at an increased event space capacity, of which we presented 350, but the council requested up to 500, which we have done and we'll reveal in a moment. To look at also adding the golf cart storage, which was first proposed as an outdoor separate space, an optional task of actually placing that cart storage facility underneath the clubhouse. To look at phase development tasks, that's referring back to what Ms. Hain referenced, which will come back likely and present, as well as exploring youth centers somewhere within the overall development site within the city retained property. And we've done an effort there to try to generalize what that facility would be, but obviously have had additional dialogue with some council members and will continue to look into opportunities and options for such. Okay, so here we are in performance milestone 3. Happy to announce we're still right on schedule per our performance agreement. Obviously, we will, as Ms. Hain stated, bring this item back to you all for a public hearing for your consideration to approve or additional comments provided, to which we would have a certain timeline to respond to. I'll leave it to Ms. Hain or the city attorney, of course, to depict when that hearing would be, but technically, by our letter of the law, we need to be back here probably within the next couple months at most. We're ready anytime you guys are ready, of course, from our part. Milestone 4 that could proceed in the event milestone 3 or this golf concept plan is approved by council will indeed be, as Ms. Hain stated, the project entitlements. That means the project entitlement applications for both the golf and recreational programming as well as the mixed-use project, which has taken a back seat to our recreational priority programming, as we all discussed and agreed upon early on. In turn, that will really have us back into the community on a full re-engagement and outreach strategy, as well as initiating our environmental review through the form of a CEQA document, environmental impact report, as well as our project applications materials. So if milestone 3 is approved, when we bring it back to you shortly, all we have to do is everything after that, as I always like to say in this business. This is just a recap of why we're here, what we're doing. I think the highlights of this is what we're dealing with on site today is a 60-plus-year-old facility that holds 80 to 100 people maximum, does not provide adequate indoor or outdoor capacity for events or any community programming, as well as a course, one of the 18-hole golf courses, which is the West Course, with a ton of deferred improvements, with a likely multi-million-dollar renovation necessary in the event the city wants to maintain the full 18 holes on that golf course, and we've got a full audit report to substantiate our suggestion of deferred improvements, as well as a dialogue with your golf course manager as well. All right, the golf concept plan itself, here's the overview. That big yellow blob is the area that we've actually purchased back in December of '22, but subject to our continued performance standards, of course, being met along the way, and that could be rescinded back to the city in the event any of our entitlements or this process is denied in any way. So there's really a mutual advantage to do that, but nonetheless, we control that property very lightly, I would say, and certainly have no rights to do anything with it until we get through this process. Obviously, we all decided to do the West Course Par 3 9-hole course implementation, placed nicely up against the northern neighborhoods to maintain our assurance and promise to that community that every lot that lives on golf will continue to live on golf. As well as East Course programming, where we've selected option 1, clubhouse location with a slightly revised driving range, and we'll get to the details of what those facilities look like and some renderings that we've provided as well. So the West Course, you know, how we view this is really an alternative program, a more, I would say, more equitable kind of recreation facility offering a multitude of opportunities, a shorter term, more affordable option for golf that will really serve for families, beginners, and those who don't have the 5-hour time frame to fully play 18 holes. And again, continuing to serve that golf buffer. We think this is a great way to encourage youth and family and new golfing, and which will not only support Blue Rock, but supports the industry, which certainly we and our partner are very much about. I think one thing also to point out, which we need to discuss further with the city attorney and staff, is you'll notice on this exhibit, and better served on the one in front of you, that red and blue boundary. So in our spatial planning for the 9-hole course, we found a little bit of inefficiencies with that site boundary for the mixed-use project, as well as the 9-hole course. So we think it's an even acreage exchange, so we're not looking to advance or increase the area of development per se, or decrease the area of recreational programming for this facility, but we think through some slight adjustments, of course, which we'll need to talk further with staff, but we don't see those as consequential to the outcome in our minds as well. Next, just an overview. I won't get us a lot of text on the slide. Again, obviously today, no outdoor event space exists. There's some statements that there's a 100-room max in that event center. It's really 80 on the wall, can fit 80 with tight elbows, let's say. In addition, that facility not only being dated and really non-usable, having one bathroom to serve that event space, that's one actual toilet on that floor, so that's not very great, as well as no accessible parking, really, if any of you have parked on that site and have to walk from any of the tiers in the golf course existing today. It's quite a walk, to say the least. I also want to point out on this slide, there's one error. That 271 parking stalls is actually 339. We'll note that, send you guys a refresh package to make sure that's not missed as well. But nonetheless, 339 is the total parking count as proposed in option 1 for the clubhouse. As a reminder, we don't need to go through the clubhouse floor plan, of course, here. Just a reminder that the clubhouse being proposed 7,300 square feet with an additional 11,500 square foot banquet hall or event facility. So effectively, we're looking at about an 18 to 19,000 square foot facility, all indoors, coupled with some solid outdoor seating space and event planning and event center space as well. Thinking weddings, but it can be for any outdoor event. There's no reason to secure and solidify it just for one singular use. Again, this is the driving range concept. Obviously, we'll be suggesting practice greens, but really the most important feature here is to put covered hitting bays and really allowing for all-weather usability of this facility, putting in some target greens, putting in some technology to encourage youth, allow people to utilize more recent technology with ball tracking devices that our partner Greg Norman has done and does on every new facility accordingly. But we're speeding through this faster than I thought. That's good. Okay, I'm sure you're all pleased as well. So council requests, so in looking at an increased event capacity space of 500 people, we actually view the cost, none of these costs are nominal, I hate to say that, but these are effectively a nominal increase. The only offset here with increasing the capacity of the event space to 500 people is we lose parking. So we're talking about right now a proposal that has 350 room event capacity with 339 parking spots. That feels like a pretty good balance for a really large event. I'm not assuming everybody drives a car. We hope that's not the case. Obviously, you'll see in here that the 500 seat option will actually reduce our parking by about 50 spots. So we kind of have the nice aspect of increasing the space for larger community gatherings, but then that's offset by losing parking. We're really boxed in. We don't have any additional space to plan facilities. Certainly that would implicate golf as well, which we're not looking to do on the East Course. And we see again here that that's about really only about a couple $100,000 more on the structural cost. So that was at least from a cost standpoint, almost nominal. Putting the golf cart storage as a basement underneath the existing clubhouse, about a cost of $1.5 million, $1.6 million to be specific based upon our estimates, and I'll get to how we approached our budget in a moment. And then we generalized a youth center. I know this needs a lot more discussion, dialogue, direction of where it goes, what the facility's meant to entertain, so I won't put too much time into suggesting what generalization we've reached here. We have looked at a few youth center options. Again, more dialogue with council members indicates we may have gone a little too far with what we're looking for here, but this one will require more dialogue, and of course, where it goes also is a question at hand. We think an 8,500 square foot structure at a cost of about $6 million, which is typical of other youth center programming we've identified in nearby communities, but again, that would take I think a lot more work and specific programming and dialogue and collaboration, of course, as well. So just running through quickly some renderings. I think most of you have seen it. Now, I don't want to necessarily point to architectural detail because we've been specific to not approach too much architectural detail on purpose. We want to have that collaboration, more community outreach, more council interaction to help guide our approach. So obviously you see a fairly modern looking facility. This is a good layout, one option of architecture, but whether or not we build up design, look at different facades, we're very much open to that. Obviously, any modern architecture, the good news is it does come with clean finishes and is the least expensive option, but nonetheless, we're happy to look and work with and collaborate with the city on additional architectural programming of how we want to do it. Again, a front rendering here showing what the entrance of the clubhouse would look like. Again, another rendering. This, of course, assumes, full golf day here on the side and back view of the clubhouse as well, and you can see the interaction, which we're most excited about the clubhouse, restaurant, outdoor seating interacting with the driving range itself. On those umbrellas, a few feet from there would be the covered hitting bays, and we just find that to be a very successful entertainment full experience, not just having someone go out and go on the driving range and leave, but actually staying there for a couple hours, enjoying a meal, enjoying the bar if they so inclined to do so, coupled with that driving range, and then hopefully golf on top of that. But nonetheless, so many people, and you guys certainly recognize your driving range is quite successful, and a lot of people do just go out to the driving range without golfing. Here's an event center. I think most of you, I'm sure all of you have gone up to Hidden Brook. Hidden Brook has a similar but smaller type of facility for their event center that holds less people. This one would be a larger facility, but if you want to get a look and feel, I would advise, and I'm happy to take you up there, not that I have the right necessarily to go up there, but we'll work on getting you up there to go tour that facility. It is open for the public viewing, of course. We find it to be a great facility, and again, even these architectural look and feels, wall facades. We love glass. We love the open look. That can all be subject to further refinement. There's other ways to implement roof design, interior design. So again, this is a reflection of the open space that would be provided as part of an event center, not necessarily the final finished product, which again would come with a further refined entitlement effort and more design and renderings, of course, as well. I'm going to move on to more elevations. So this is kind of the entirety of the facility that's on the screen here. Event center, clubhouse. They're actually not connected spaces. That saves significant costs, but they will be, in appearance, as you can see on the screen here, effectively one structure with joint doors looking in. Nobody's got to go outside to get into the other structure or anything like that. So it really will operate as one singular facility with specific space programming for clubhouse, golf check-in, and then, of course, event center, and separately the restaurant and bar area as well. So the exciting part, first of all, we really took all the concepts where we provided previous estimates, and certainly, that we did update the budget. We had deep collaboration with all the contractors that would be building these facilities, not specific ones because we'll bid them out, but folks that do this for a living, manufacturers and material suppliers, to really dig deep on a budget outcome. We also applied a 20% contingency, so that is a pretty hefty amount when we look at the overall budget. We, of course, hope not to have to dig into that, but it's not fair practice in construction to not apply contingency for budget and projection purposes, especially before we've got final construction drawing design. And as with everything, costs continue to go up, and these costs are quite a little higher than we anticipated. So obviously, I think we left you guys with the last option of around 16, 17 million, and we've seen about a $4 million increase. We did raise the contingency about 5%, but clearly, there are more costs to deal with, which certainly presents some challenges, especially when we look at a today marketplace. We know that mixed use, predominantly residential, will be proposed for the development portion of the course. And of course, that is the funding mechanism for the golf facilities, at least to the degree it can. We know that we're all in a slight market decline, or I don't even want to use the word slight. We're in a market decline. But I want to make it also clear that, we are not looking at this as a short-term exercise. We're really trying to offer a pathway and strategy of sustainability, long-term outcomes for the course. So we're going to move at the pace with the city. We're going to review our economics to make sure that we maximize what the project can produce and still putting a nice package forth. And then, Ms. Hain referred to phasing and things like that, ways to implement golf and recreational programming perhaps will maybe need to occur in phases. These are the types of things that we need to further discuss, dialogue on. We've, of course, had a lot of dialogue, but of course, we need to present our dialogue to you all. And we'll do so perhaps at the next public hearing or separately, and I'll take Ms. Haynes' lead on when that interaction occurs. Other ideas, of course, could be potentially, when is the right timing to deliver this asset, making sure that the economies or the financial programming work for both of us. I mean, that's what this has all been about from this performance and participation agreement. We're not going to jumpstart something that's not going to affect what the city wants, nor should the city hopefully require us to jumpstart something when we're not going to quite get what we all agreed to get in the beginning. So you have a patient, long-term view developer who I work for. We've been working on it for 8 years already, which seemingly has gone by like a snap of a finger, but nonetheless, we're continued to execute as long as it takes, but want to execute as soon as possible, but smartly and in full cooperation with the city as well. That is it for my presentation. So again, I want to thank Ms. Hain and city staff for you all as well. I know I've abbreviated this presentation, probably gone a little over my 5 minutes, sorry, Vice Mayor, but nonetheless, here to answer questions and also extend myself at any time to meet with any one of you with regards to answering face-to-face or video meeting questions between the time now and our public hearing or at the public hearing itself. So really appreciate Vice Mayor again for moving me up, and I'm here to answer any questions.
Thank you for that, Mr. Elmore and Assistant City Manager Hain. Any questions from my fellow council members? Councilmember Palmares.
Thank you for the presentation. Very thorough, and I appreciate all the changes that were incorporated. Quick couple questions. With regard to the architecture, my understanding, based on what you said, is that nothing's really set in stone right now. Is your architect in-house, or do you work with a firm?
Yeah, no, we hire all third party. Obviously, we have our designated expertise inside, but we want to hire licensed third parties typically in their expert field. So we went out and hired a very highly experienced LCA, Carl Campos, highly experienced at designing clubhouses, museums, all sorts of large public facilities, event spaces. And so really relying on him to carry us forward and lead us into this effort, which is also leading the city in this effort as well. So he was at our last presentation in September. When we talk about architecture, just like if we're programming mixed-use buildings for residential or retail, which will have architectural elements too, all that will really, we're looking to tie it all in as one project. That was a lot, that came out of our stakeholder meetings as well as community, make it look like kind of one project, a sense of place, destination. So no architectural choices or decisions have been made, and really that would be something that's part of the project entitlement package that would be put forth back to you, likely in options to consider different elevations, and certainly ultimately to be your facility, so we want you all to be happy with it, of course.
Okay, great. You actually answered some of my other questions, so thank you.
My long-windedness sometimes is successful. I don't know what to say.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. Any other initial questions from my fellow council members? If not, oh, Manny's not here. I was going to see if no public comment, it sounds like, so I will go ahead and close the, Councilmember Matias?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Two quick questions. Jeb, thank you, and Ms. Hayne, thank you so much for the presentation. The first one is, I can't recall from the last meeting, but can you confirm if you guys, your firm, would be responsible for repavement of each of the stretches of Columbus Parkway where these projects are going up?
So
we're only talking about one of them today, but
I'm sorry. So your question was regarding Columbus Parkway improvements? Yes. So naturally, when it comes to Columbus Parkway, certainly when we're developing the property on either side, we fully anticipate that frontage improvements will be part of that. Your question, I think, is more specific to superficial paving. Is that correct, Councilmember? Okay. So I think when we do our environmental review and assessment of the project, obviously I think the analysis of the needs of our project to cover those costs and facilities and discerning whether or not they're a private project cost or a public project cost will be very important through our analysis. Obviously, every dollar counts. Where we program those dollars is important to cover. I understand there's potholes. I understand there's cracks in the pavement. I understand there's heavy construction traffic on that road coming from our neighbor. Nonetheless, we're happy to look at it, but again, that really should come out, in my opinion, as part of the project applications and staff review, and perhaps that the council would decide at that time to condition us if they would like us to take that on.
just giving you a preview, my friend.
I think I heard you loud and clear, Councilmember. Thank you very much.
The second thing is, so I know in the last conversation we had around this, Councilmember Lettigiou requested the build out of a youth center. Can you give me some perspective in terms of cost? Say I was to say, instead of a youth center, I want a multi-purpose facility, indoor facility that has like fields, whether that's for pickleball, badminton, you name it. What would that delta be between the $6 million you just costed out and the facility I'm sort of describing to you?
I mean, I'm not trying to dodge the question. It's just hard for me to answer. It's much needed that we understand the scope of the project in order to give you a cost. So perhaps there's more collaboration with regards to, because I don't think we got it right, especially after discussing more with council members here, exactly right what the goals of what that youth center would contain. So I would advise that we probably try to narrow down on a scope of an option or two, and we're happy to cost that out. There's been discussions about maybe there's existing underutilized facilities that can go be purchased. Reprogramming of additional or existing and nearby parks perhaps as way as accommodating. We always have to think about the spatial planning and not interfering with the golf. And I don't really think we're going to have a ton of flat usable area that's not going to be programmed for one of the uses that I've already described for this type of facility within the Blue Rock Springs golf course property. But I think we're not foreclosing on that option. We just want to continue maybe to collaborate to make sure we get that programming right. And then we're happy to start sizing up if it's accommodatable within the project or nearby or another way that we can help facilitate that with the city.
Yeah, I mean, I think
I don't know if I answered your question, council member, but it's hard for me to answer from a cost standpoint, but please.
we're starting the conversation. So I think, I definitely agree that we don't have community centers like on our neck of the woods, and I think it's important to have one built out. At the same time, we have to also leverage opportunities like this to provide other spaces for our youth that are currently not available. I think one of the things with Vallejo specifically, given our elevation and the amount of rain we get, is like the moment October or November hits, folks can't really use the fields or the courts, because it's raining for 4 or 5 months. That's not the case when you go down into the Walnut Creek, Livermore area, but that is our reality. And so to the extent that there is an opportunity to provide that kind of spacing this go around, I think we can get to, serve our youth just in a different way. So I would, I don't know what the mechanism is to work with you on the programming. Maybe that's more of a Ms. Hain piece, but from my perspective, and obviously if the rest of the council agrees around that, I think that that's something we should look at just to make sure we're providing different options for the youth. Outside of that, appreciate the update. Would appreciate additional updates to my district in particular on this, some more community engagement sessions. I appreciate the one you had several months ago. We had good turnout, and that's all I got for now.
Our pleasure. The event space also, again, that's going to be the city's facility. That'll certainly offer, I think, a lot of programming for youth activities. Just it's the athletic side that's going to be a little challenging, but we have a little time now between now and the public hearing, so we will use that time prudently to try to put a little intelligence to it, collaborate with key council members that have good ideas and direction and can give us a little bit of guidance, and then we can come back. Please, Ms. Hain.
And through the chair, we have engaged with GVRD as well to talk about the park because it might be a more appropriate fit. So we just started these conversations. Veronica and I meet with Gabe, the director, tomorrow. So we'll start those conversations so that by the time we come back next, we'll have some options for you. And just as a reminder, it wasn't part of his performance and participation agreement. We're asking him to do this, and so he'll do the analysis that he can. Thank you. And we'll bring back to you whatever options that we're looking at, and you can give us direction.
Thank you. And Councilmember Gordon?
Yes, thank you so much. I appreciate this presentation. Good to see you in person again. I want to thank you for reaching out to us to hear some of our point of views, and I appreciate that you did think about the safetiness of pedestrians who will be going back and forth regarding to my colleague's concern about, this particular upkeep of the road, because we talked about safetiness and whatnot. So to line up what my colleague just mentioned about the road repair, maybe partnering with anyone involved with that particular street may be a great idea. And if we could probably save dollars as well, but my concern is making sure that when you build the resident component and or people going back and forth, they will be safe. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Councilmember Lediju?
I think ACM Hain, she hit it on the head, and that is we have a park across the street, and I agree with Councilmember Mateus that we need indoor, outdoor. We've had this conversation. There are many facilities already built as examples. The park across the street has many acreages available that can be used and still have green space, still have a huge, large indoor space upstairs, downstairs, where there's indoor soccer and all of these different things. So it's not, I don't see this, from my perspective, I don't see this community youth center on the golf course. And I just really see a bridge of how do you get from, and when I say bridge, I'm not necessarily talking about a bridge, but a bridge of how do you get from, how do you have a family-centered space, because down 1 and three in our districts, it's really not there. They're very small little parks that don't facilitate large events and so forth and on. So I think there's amazing things that can happen if we at least look at it and consider and figure out financing, and rather than building a huge park within this new development, how do you build something that's small, repurpose those dollars, find additional dollars? So there is a way to have a really wonderful youth center, indoor, outdoor, sports and so forth and on for our youth in that area.
And certainly support that concept and idea per our conversations, council member. And as we've also discussed with staff, certainly putting some form of recreational programming on a community perspective within our mixed-use development would be important. But to the dialogue that we've had with some council members, including potentially yourself, I think that we talked about potentially reprogramming those dollars potentially across the street to exactly fulfill or at least help support the mission discussed there. So fully supportive of all the concepts you've raised.
Any further questions or initial comments from my fellow council members? Manny, do we have any public comment in person or virtually on this?
Not for this item.
Thank you for that. I'm going ahead and close the public comment session for this one. Turn it back to the council. Any last second questions or comments? If none, thank you so much, Mr. Elmore and Assistant City Manager Hain. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
And then moving on to item 9A, going back there, City Clerk Abrahamson, if you could please read item 9A.
Adopt a resolution making an appointment to the Greater Vallejo Recreation District Board to fill a vacancy with the term to expire December 2nd, 2027.
Thank you for that. And Manny, if you could please start the 2-minute clock. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please sign up at the kiosk in the back or raise your hand on virtually. Is there I take it there's no present or any explanation at this point for this item?
No, I think the title is just
Yes, okay.
self-explanatory.
So with that being said, are there any questions from our fellow council members? If none, I'll go ahead and turn it over to City Clerk Abrahamson for the, let's let the clock chime down first to see if there's any public comment. And just as a clarification, once again, we are voting here for the due to a recent resignation on GVRD, we are voting for one vacancy, and the individuals that recently interviewed for this previously have been all moved forward to this, and so we are voting on these to fill this one vacancy that is currently open on GVRD. So we've got 30 seconds before the clock runs out.
Vice Mayor
Yeah.
Tulik, I just want to clarify, the list before you, yes, they did interview with the council in October. I was not able to reach or get a response from 2 of the applicants, so they're not on the list because they did not respond after multiple attempts to see if they were interested.
Thank you so much for that clarification. Seeing how we're down to the end here. Go ahead, what's the question?
Excuse me, Don, can I confirm? So everybody on this list, they did confirm with you that they were interested or not?
Yes, everyone that is on that list did confirm they're interested in being appointed.
Thank you for that clarity. I just want to make sure I heard you right.
Manny, were there any speakers?
No speakers at this time, Vice Mayor.
Thank you for that. I'll go ahead and close the public comment session, and I'll turn it over to City Clerk Abrahamson to kind of do the roll call for the vote.
Okay, so I'll go through the names and you just give me your nomination. Okay, Councilmember Brigenzer.
I nominate Rita Fryer.
Councilmember Gordon.
I likewise the same.
Councilmember Ledigiu.
Same.
Councilmember Matias.
D'Angelo.
Councilmember, or Vice Mayor Matulik.
John Riley.
And Councilmember Palmares.
Mr. D'Angelo Paye.
Okay, I'm going to have to ask the city attorney. Rita Fryer got 3 nominations, and Mr. Payette received 2. Do we need a majority to move the appointment forward? I mean, do we need 4 out of, or is 3 sufficient for the appointment?
So I think you should probably revote as among the 2 that received the most votes here, although theoretically that could result in a tie, I realize. But yeah, you do not have a 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, you do not have a majority of those present at present.
Okay, so I can go through the names again. And you're nominating either Ms. Fryer or D'Angelo. And I will go backwards this time. Councilmember Palmares.
I am still going with Mr. Paye.
Vice Mayor Matulik.
I will go with Rita Fryer.
Councilmember Matias.
D'Angelo again. Paye.
Councilmember Lettigiu.
No change.
Okay. And Councilmember Gordon.
No change.
And Councilmember Bergenzer.
Rita Fryer.
Rita Fryer had 4 nominations. So, Vice Mayor, it would be appropriate for a motion to adopt the resolution making that appointment.
Yes, is there a formal motion on the table?
Yes, I move that we nominate Rita Fryer for her position on the GVRD board.
Thank you for that. Oh,
Passing the resolution.
thank you for that, and everyone please vote.
Missing 1 vote.
If everyone could please vote. Did everyone vote?
There we go. Motion carries unanimously with the mayor absent.
Thank you for that, and based on my colleagues' comments, it looks like we were going to be continuing items 9C and then 10B and C to a future meeting. Do we need to officially vote on that, or we're okay with just stating that?
None of those items are public hearings, so they do not need to be continued to a date certain. So you're fine with just saying you're continuing those items.
Thank you for that clarification. So with that said, moving on to the next item, which is the city manager's report.
Good evening. Just want to mention that the warming center at the Navigation Center is open and hosting occupants, so that is going smoothly so far. There's a future council agenda item related to the public right-of-way adjacent to Machete's coffee shop. City staff met internally on that to identify some options that we will soon be bringing back to the city council. City staff also met internally recently to discuss the Mare Island Channel that has been referenced in public comment, and we'll have some ideas on options to share on that soon. We met with Caltrans and STA to discuss the spike in fatalities on Sonoma Boulevard, and we'll have an update for elected leaders on that sometime soon. Also, responsive to a portion of a council referral earlier, I wanted to update the council on what we're going to do to inform our community members regarding certain matters related to immigration enforcement. So as you know, the City Council passed a resolution in 2017 to establish a trusting and safe environment for immigrants, so that is on the books. And more recently, the City of Vallejo Police Department has issued a number of press releases and done other communication and engagement, reaffirming and clarifying their stance that they do not conduct any federal immigration enforcement. Further to that, the city will be standing up a website later this week that'll have both of those items. It'll also have information on how to contact our local rapid response network. It'll have information on knowing your rights. So if you're approached or engaging with a federal law enforcement official on immigration matters, it's important that everybody knows what their rights are and some precautions. So that'll be on the website. And finally, there'll be some information on data privacy and security. There's some concern about surveillance related to federal immigration enforcement, so we want to share that information with the public. So those are some steps we're going to take to inform community members. We'll be, as soon as we get that website stood up, we'll communicate that to the public, and we'll have periodic communications to the public reminding them of the availability of that resource. So just wanted to let everybody know about that.
Thank you for that. Next item on the agenda is the city attorney's report.
Yeah, just further to Andrew's last statement regarding the immigration and enforcement issues, we were asked to take a quick look at and research the question of whether or not we could adopt an ordinance prohibiting the use of city property for any staging and or other issues. We have conducted that research and determined that the answer to that question is yes. So if the council's interested in that on a go-forward basis, that is something that we can bring forward to the council based on your direction.
Thank you for that. Thank you for both those reports. And moving on to agenda item 13, community forum. I will, excuse me, I will now ask Manny to start the 2-minute clock for anyone wishing to address the council on items not on this meeting agenda, both in person and virtually. At the conclusion of the 2 minutes, anyone wishing to address the council must have either entered or must have either signed into the electronic kiosk in the back of the council chamber or raised their hand virtually. Anyone signing up or raising their hand after the 2 minutes is up will not be recognized. The last community forum is an opportunity for the interested members of the public to address the council on items not on the meeting agenda. Any interested members of the public desiring to communicate with the City Council as part of the last community forum who have not already addressed the council under the first community forum may do so at this time. Each speaker is limited to 3 minutes pursuant to Vallejo Municipal Code, Section 2.20.300. Members of the public who address the council as part of the first community forum will not be allowed to address the council again. Are there any speakers?
Yes, we have 2 in-house speakers.
Go ahead and call the first speaker.
The first speaker is Sherry Ann Grimm.
Good evening again. In August of 2024, Misty sent a letter to the planning director, Kristen Pollitt, requesting additional opportunities for input on the draft Mare Island specific plan. It was a reasonable request and a good faith effort by the residents, people who actually live on Mare Island, to participate in the process that will profoundly affect our finances, our homes, and our daily lives. While Mare Island Company has held meetings related to the development, those meetings were open to the entire city and rarely addressed the specific concerns of island residents. For those of us who live there and pay extraordinary taxes to reside in what remains an incomplete development, those meetings felt performative. When difficult questions were raised, they were often sidestepped by simply moving on to the next speaker. That is not community engagement, and that is not dialogue. Despite repeated requests, neither Mare Island Company nor the city has met with Misty in a meaningful, transparent way to discuss concerns about the draft specific plan. Meanwhile, according to a summary provided by Hector Rojas, the city has reviewed the draft, routed it internally, hired consultants, and is preparing to request a second draft from Mare Island Company by the end of February, without the voices of the people most impacted. The residents who bought into Mare Island made financial decisions based on promises in glossy Lennar brochures showing amenities in neighborhoods that never materialized. And nearly 20 years later, what are we asking for? We are asking for transparency, accountability, honesty, and genuine opportunities to be heard. Residents have serious concerns about traffic, ingress and egress, emergency evacuation, and environmental impacts, to name a few. Answers have either not been provided or have fallen far short. We deserve the same advocacy other neighborhoods receive when development threatens their quality of life. Councilmember Matias, the mayor, Councilmember Palmeras, and Councilmember Ledeju have all said developers must communicate with their constituents. That is what respect looks like. That is what builds trust, and Mare Island residents deserve the same. Today, I am renewing our request for meaningful, transparent discussions regarding the Mare Island specific plan. Decisions of this magnitude should not be made about Mare Island residents without Mare Island residents at the table. And I can't help thinking tonight, all the time that is wasted on discussions and like the earlier discussion tonight, that would be solved if we were just talking to each other, if we just have opportunities to dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker,
Thank
please.
you. Our last speaker is William Baker.
Well, good evening. William Baker. I'd like to speak about the Broadway project. Was it taken off the agenda? Is that okay?
Yes, the fact that we did not bring it up on the agenda, then you should be free to speak on that.
Okay, thank you. Then good evening, Vice Mayor and Council. My name is William Baker. First, my thanks to the Vallejo Police Department for clearing Broadway of illegally parked cars last Thursday morning. Council, many of you were on the campaign trail not long ago and made one thing very clear. The era of obscurity was over. You promised this community transparency. You told us that the public's business would be done in the public's view. Tonight, I am here to present to you the poster child for the failure of that promise, the Broadway project. For 4 years, members of the public and your own consultants have stood here and reported concerns of noncompliance, mismanagement, and fiscal red flags. For 4 years, those warnings have been met with a wall of silence. Now that wall has a name, Public Records Request 25998. On August 29th, I requested the fully executed HAP agreement and lease and operators agreements for the Broadway project. We are now 217 days past the date that you approved those documents in June last year. As the city manager has reported, the Broadway project is open. Tenants are living there. Shelter Inc. is operating the site. And soon there will be a ribbon-cutting ceremony. The requested Broadway project contracts must therefore be executed. Yet the city manager's office continues to keep the public in the dark. Which brings us to the most troubling part. Council, are you 100% certain that the agreements governing the Broadway project today are the same ones you voted on in June? If so, why is the city manager withholding these documents from the public? Now is your opportunity to prove transparency is more than a campaign slogan. The Broadway project is the test case. You cannot have a transparent city if the city manager can ignore a document request for 5 months on a project of this magnitude. I am asking the council to step up tonight. Reclaim your authority. Direct the city manager to fulfill 25998 by the close of business this Friday. Show the people who elected you that you are the ones in charge of the public record. Don't let the Broadway project become the poster child of the failed promises of transparency. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
We do have one more person that signed up, Layla W.
It's so freaking late. Well, I guess early now, huh? Yeah. One moment. I'm short. Hey, y'all. It's good to see you guys. It's good to be in here today. I just want to say, after hearing everybody's comments, especially about Mare Island, I think it's important, and I want to challenge you guys, especially the city manager, to collaborate with residents in those areas. The assistant city manager has addressed that it's difficult to find these numbers, and those that can take weeks at a time, right? I think some of those residents can provide assistance in those matters. Furthermore, I want to address something I brought up last time I spoke about the restorative justice. The restorative justice circles that can be implemented in our communities to rebuild trust with your constituents. I think that's a reasonable measure, okay? Ultimately, what we're looking at is a lot of people are coming back saying the same thing to you guys, and you guys are looking for resolution and resolve. So I think it's just important to kind of bridge that gap between you all and the residents of Vallejo. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Manny, anything, anyone virtually?
No other speakers at this time, Vice Mayor.
With that being said, I'll go ahead and close the second community forum and return it back to our agenda and going to item number 4, or agenda item 14, requests and actions for future agenda items or special projects. Oh, Councilmember Burgenser. Oh, I'm sorry, yes, Councilmember Gordon, you were first.
I apologize. I was thinking it was going to be us reporting. Thank you.
Councilmember Burgenser.
Yes, I would like to request that we have a future agenda item discussing the possibility of advertising on the Vallejo Ferry. We have, we would take some research by the city staff to find out what it entails to do that advertising. But, the ridership is backed up above what it was pre-COVID. So there's literally thousands of captive audiences every day riding that ferry who have no choice but to look at those screens. And right now, the only person that advertises is the San Francisco Ballet on that ferry. So I think we could, it would do us well to advertise our boards and commissions that are up for looking for participants. I think we could advertise events that are being hosted in Vallejo as part of that to make sure that everyone is aware of that these events are happening in our city. So I would like to have an opportunity to look into that further if everyone else agrees. I don't know if we need to vote on that now or so if we can vote on that.
Yes, I believe that is the process is to vote on this being a future agenda item.
So can we vote?
Yes, and turn the floor over to, there you go, everybody please vote.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you for that.
And then my second request is that we do give direction to the city attorney to work on the use of city property for, the disallowing the use of city property for items pertaining to immigration.
Yes. Okay.
If we can vote on that.
Yes.
Okay.
Go ahead and vote on the screen.
That motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you for that. Nothing? Okay. Councilmember Ledeju.
I'm just doing a follow-up on the whole request around the tracking of all of our requests and the update of that and where is that in status and in true practice?
I've been working with the city clerk's office and other staff in the city manager's office. We're near complete reviewing all of the council direction from calendar year 2025 so that we can share that with the council and establish a publicly viewable sheet on that. I think the process of reviewing those is now complete or will be complete momentarily, so we just need to, or someday soon, so then we need to share that with the city council. Hopefully you'll be able to confirm it, although it comes from the minutes, and we can use that as a tracking sheet going forward.
So when do we anticipate on receiving that?
Within 2 weeks, I would say.
Thank you.
Councilmember Gordon?
Yes, I just have one question to ask, but maybe this is not the place, but maybe you can help guide me. Regarding our security guards, is it possible that we can make sure they're in the parking lot when we're exiting? Because as I shared before, someone like scraped my car so bad that I have another loaner. So, and I know you were kind enough to walk me out last time, but if we can have security, I don't know if this is the area to make that request, but you know, with today's time, you know, elected officials' lives have been not only threatened, but actually carried out.
I'm sorry to hear about the incident. I'm happy to talk with Public Works and the security company about what they can provide and let the city council know.
So we don't have to vote on it.
It's not really a referral. It's about a kind of a standard city operational process, so I don't think we need to vote on it.
Okay, thank you for that clarity.
It's been typical practice that if we are late in city council meetings, that someone is there, should be available to typically walk individuals out to their car. So if that is the case, please be sure to contact one of the security guards and ask for their assistance.
Yeah, thank you. They don't have to really walk us out, but just be out there for us. You know, so if there is any threat, they'll see them there, and all of us will be protected, including you strong men.
Thank you for that. Any other requests and actions for future agenda items or special projects? Seeing none, moving on to agenda item 15, reports of the presiding officers and members of the city council. Councilmember Paul Maris.
Just a comment while Ms. Grimm is here. I just want to publicly acknowledge that I did send your questions or Misty's questions to the city manager. City manager, in the next couple of days, could you endeavor to get some responses with regard to the Mare Island specific land draft and a whole bunch of others, Channel 6A. I know there's a number of them, so but I hope to get some responses by the end of the week.
Will do.
I appreciate it. And just to let you know, I did try to reach out to Maryland Company with regard to the dry docks and also what's happening with the coal sheds. I've not received a response, but I will also endeavor to reach out to them again to get a response.
Councilmember Gordon.
Yes, I'd like to report out that I had a wonderful opportunity to attend the Sister City Association, and I was just really impressed with the new officer as Vice Mayor swore them in. It was amazing to see the community still want to be engaged and be part of the solution. Then the day before that, I had the honors to attend the Chambers of Commerce celebration and also celebrating new officers, which I got a chance to see my colleague Alex Mateus do such an excellent job. Thank you so much. And not only did he do that, but he invited us on the stage and let them know that we are partners as a collective group, and I was very honored to be there. Both J.R. Matulik did an excellent job with the Sister Cities, and Alex Mateus did an excellent job. So I just want to say those were wonderful events. And I do want to continue to talk about making sure that we add safetiness to the front, maybe some highlight, you know, warning people that crossing the street. But again, I want to thank you for adding lights.
Thank you for that. Councilmember Matias.
Thank you, Mr. Murray, for the update on immigration enforcement operations, and to Councilmember Braganza for the request to the city attorney's office. On Thursday, I will be joining Supervisor Cassandra James, who will be kicking off a community engagement series, sharing updates from the county. I will be sharing updates from the city, as well as providing residents an opportunity to share feedback and or to answer any questions they may have about the work that has transpired in the past year or the work ahead, at least on the District 1 side of the House. The event will take place at the Vallejo Veterans Building over on Admiral Callahan, which is where we had the chamber event on Friday, and that will kick off this Thursday at 6:30 in the evening. Anyone who wants to join is more than welcome to. I know the supervisor will be partnering with other electeds over the next couple months to host these events throughout our city. So that's my report out. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Matias. Councilmember Lediju?
So on Thursday, there's going to be the Day of Action Against Human Trafficking, which is being sponsored by SaneStart. And I believe that some of our officers will be attending this training. It's about an 8-hour training. And so I just think it's really important to, if you have an opportunity, to attend, but it's especially important that our officers are attending. And SaneStart has been one of our partners in our safety meetings. And so this partnership, along with other partnerships, are really important around human trafficking, around sex trafficking, as we know we're dealing and addressing with some of these challenges, specifically on Sonoma Boulevard. So they have been great partners to us. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Any other reports? Quickly go through my reports. I want to, over the Martin Luther King Jr. Holiday, I had the honor to attend the youth basketball tournament that was going on over at Hogan Middle School. And then on the 22nd, as being appointed to my second term on the Transportation, Communication, and Public Works Policy Committee for Cal Cities, had the honor to attend that meeting on the 22nd. And I know, want to congratulate Councilmember Lediju for being on the Housing and Urban Development Policy Committee for Cal Cities. And that occurred up in Sacramento. And on that same day, we also had our 2x2 meeting, and we had the honor to welcome 2 new governing board trustees to the meeting. It was Vice President Carlos Flores, along with Trustee Dr. Latanya Lediju. So welcome them aboard. Or, I'm sorry, Young. Sorry, yes. Dr. Latanya Young. Yes, thank you for that. It's late. It's past midnight now, so asking for a little grace right there. And then on the 23rd, once again, to Councilmember Matias's, there was a great event for the Vallejo Chamber of Commerce, their 151st anniversary commemoration. So that was the great event. And then once again, the sister cities, and I thank you for Victoria Grace Barksdale and that sister cities President Norma Placido for asking me to help install the officers. Question I had is, I don't know if anybody's driven by Sonoma and Redwood, if they noticed that the 99-cent store had closed down there. So for that, wouldn't we typically get a warn letter noting that closure of that type of company? So I was just wondering if we did receive it and we just didn't get notice to us as a council. And yeah, so that's my question, is we received some of them, but it seems like we're not getting, for example, the Pep Boys. So it's just a question of what is that process and how do we get informed of that? And ideally, if there was a heads up to us that we could kind of better understand, and obviously this comes from a corporate standpoint, but what is that process, and how can we participate in that?
So the warn letters are actually sent to the mayor, and she forwards them on to staff. So I don't have any visibility into which of those she's received. She has forwarded a number. If they've been consequential, we've shared them with the council. Not all of them are, but I'm happy to check in with the authorities to make sure that we're getting up to date on their mailing list and receiving the notifications.
So just out of curiosity, it's just the mayor that gets these? No, the city manager, economic development team do not get these type of notices? Okay.
No, we do not. No.
Just asking. Thank you for that clarification. So that was it from my oh, and just a quick shout out for local business again. Just want to give a shout out to our tried and true buds. For those that haven't been over there, that is always a great place to go. Councilmember Matias?
I forgot, so I have to go back and include one item, and I don't know if Dr. Latitude, Councilmember Latitude already spoke on it, but just to tag along to what you shared, Vice Mayor, MLK event that was put together by the NAACP, the local chapter, was outstanding, was phenomenal, left from Tennessee and Tuolumne, and we walked, there were several of us there, all the way over to through Tennessee, down to Oakwood, and there were a couple hundred folks that came out for that, and the programming was exceptional, and it was just a return to you know, how that event has been carried out in the past. And so I just want to thank President Hunter and her entire team for putting together just an exceptional event, and I was just really happy, and it really warmed my heart to see a lot of residents along Tennessee Street actually come out and participate in the walk and just wave at folks as we were walking by. So everyone who was involved as part of that process, just want to commend them and thank them for just an outstanding weekend of activities throughout the city.
Thank you for that. If there, Councilmember Gordon?
Yes, please keep an eye out for the planning for June, for the celebration for Juneteenth. I know it's kind of early, but they sent out some emails for us to be participating in as well.
Thank you for that. If there's nothing else, I would go ahead and adjourn the meeting.